Presidente della Camera.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to address a warm welcome to you here at the Senate for the fourth meeting of the parliamentary groups during the Italian presidency of the European Union. We'll be focusing on a number of key issues of interest to us, agriculture, industrial development, the role and internationalization of SMEs in particular, and the initiatives aimed at promoting agriculture and the agri-food sector are essential in order to overcome the current crisis at this difficult time. There are still some open-ended questions that are to be overcome in order to guarantee the survival of certain communities. We have to try and avert the risk of deflation, promote employment initiatives, especially for the benefit of our youths. And our debate today, as well as our day-to-day parliamentary business, must be driven by a keen sense of responsibility in the face of the current situation. This is important not just for European institutions and national governments. As parliaments, we too must ensure that we engage in initiatives to guarantee democratic oversight and stimulate the government. There are a number of key issues. According to analysts and observers, it would be necessary for the European Central Bank to engage in actions to stimulate the economy. We have to redefine Europe's budgetary regulations so as to exclude from the deficit investment, without which it will be impossible to drive production and demand. Obviously, the ECB would have to put in place adequate mechanisms to safeguard the procedures. We have to implement national initiatives, and this is something that our Parliament and our government are engaged in at the moment. In the course of the first session of our meeting, we will have the opportunity to examine all those initiatives that are aimed at strengthening Europe's agriculture, with a special focus on quality food, on the protection of Europe's excellences and the promotion of eco-friendly farming. We believe that Europe must continue to focus on quality products, safeguarding workers, consumers, defending natural resources and the environment. This is more important than mere quantity. The challenges ahead are very complex. We need to adopt models capable of ensuring that we safeguard the environment and biodiversity whilst promoting production, guaranteeing the development of rural areas. We have to protect agriculture from the activities of organised crime. In Italy, we're talking about 14 billion euros a year that are in the hands of these criminal organizations, and 7 billion of which from the primary market. And this is something that affects all European countries, safeguarding the economic interests of the sector, safety and engaging in the fight against counterfeiting and fraud. We know that with economic crises and linked to international controversies, we very much hope that we can avoid that non-European producers may continue to flood the market with low-quality, counterfeited products. We have to contribute to a fundamental goal, that of feeding the planet. And we know that by 2050, the global population is expected to amount to 9 billion. All of these concerns and issues are at the core of Italy's action, and this indeed is the fundamental theme of the Expo 2015, Feeding the Planet, Energy for Life being the title. The other two sessions will be on relaunching the industrial sector with the aim of ensuring that this sector may account for 20% of Europe's GDP by 2020. Another topic is the internationalization of businesses, especially SMEs, as a crucial priority in order to guarantee Europe's competitiveness. All are aware that in the absence of a strong and integrated European sector, economic recovery will not be possible. The European Commission has quite rightly identified 4 pillars for Europe's industrial renaissance: investment in research and innovation, better market conditions, facilitated access to capital, and development of new competencies. In a more targeted fashion, it is thus essential that SMEs be at the center of all of these initiatives, and as we know, they are the very backbone of the agricultural sector and Europe's industry. They are responding very effectively to the crisis, expanding their initiatives abroad, diversifying, modernizing their operations. The internationalization of SMEs, of course, requires a focus on quality and consistency in Europe's policies vis-à-vis other countries, so as to have a positive impact on the significant geopolitical changes that are taking place, so as to promote the interests of Europe. And I would like to conclude by pointing out that the President of Italy, Napolitano, has indicated that Europe must be more relevant and must step up its initiatives and be more attractive in terms of inward investment, promoting innovation, business activities, research, and that quantum leap, which is called for, is increasingly urgent, but has as yet to materialize. The current unemployment crisis is such that a whole generation could be marginalized. The absence of signs of recovery is creating skepticism, indeed hostility on the part of citizens vis-à-vis the European project. And we've seen evidence of this in recent elections, a growing gap in those countries that initially were less affected by the crisis has a significant impact on social cohesion. And this is undermining democracy and the ideals of European integration, as well as those basic values that are at the heart, at the core of our communities, of our constitutions, as representatives of citizens in our parliaments. We must undertake to eliminate all those social and economic hurdles that in concrete terms are hindering the full enjoyment of freedoms on the part of our citizens, hence making it impossible for them to participate actively in the economic, political and social life of our countries. I'm confident that in the course of our debate and in our future cooperation, we will continue to address what is the greatest challenge for our civilization. Thank you. And now I would like to hand over to the President of the Chamber of Deputies, Laura Boldrini. Good morning. I'd like to thank President Grasso, dear colleagues, Minister, speakers, it is an honour and a pleasure for me to be able to attend this meeting today. To greet you officially on behalf of the Chamber of Deputies, we're here to open the meeting, which is devoted to the subject of agriculture and the industrial development of SMEs within the framework of the initiatives promoted by the Italian Presidency of the EU. These are very topical themes, particularly given the difficulties that our continent is facing. The crisis, which broke out in 2008, has progressively worsened, and in many member countries of the European Union, it now appears as a recession, as we've obviously said. Unemployment is rising, as is insecurity and poverty, and the full potential of businesses is unexploited, and we as yet have to see signs of recovery. The small and medium-sized enterprises in particular are faced with the need to change their outlook and their development so as to guarantee that we have a rational use of natural resources, starting with land, and they have to also guarantee social sustainability. And this course of action is essential in order to achieve lasting and viable growth in our continent. Agriculture is not just about our economy. Obviously, we know that agriculture contributes to the wealth of our respective countries, but there's more to it than that. Agriculture plays a key role in protecting our land and enhancing and safeguarding traditions, our heritage, and our knowledge. Our farmers' culture and knowledge is important, not just for our country, but for many European countries. And this is the reason why Europe's policies must not just be aimed at safeguarding the revenue of farmers, but should also promote those products that are part of our heritage and of our farming culture. And we have to therefore work with European institutions to ensure that quality may prevail, so as to avoid, obviously, waste of food, encouraging sensible consumer patterns, and also promoting the development of healthier products that are also eco-friendly. Another important aim is that of supporting agriculture. This also means that our rural communities will not leave their lands, and this will also curb the rising urbanization trends. This is an issue that is less problematic in Europe, but we know that in many third countries this is indeed an issue. We know that growing urbanization is responsible for difficulties in managing these mega cities, and many leaving the land and the countryside. This obviously means that we cannot adequately engage in protection of our land and in the face of climate change. And agriculture has a key role to play. Agriculture has a cultural role as well, not just an economic one, because it can safeguard our beautiful towns and small villages which would otherwise be abandoned. So if Europe is capable of establishing this link between agriculture and culture, the agricultural sector can represent a pull factor and attract population, especially young people. I think that it's wonderful when young people decide to go and live in medieval villages or out in the countryside to start up new activities. And this is a source of great satisfaction. But obviously, to ensure that this can happen, we have to have adequate infrastructures in place, broadband technology, and so on. But this is something that we cannot overlook. The theme of Expo 2015, Feeding the Planet, Energy for Life, can provide us with a useful guidance in view of promoting a common strategy to promote a more relevant role for agriculture. Agriculture is not marginal. It must, in fact, drive the reconversion of Europe's economies. And I would like to also say that the same is true for SMEs. We know that in most European countries, SMEs are the vibrant backbone of our productive systems, and therefore policy in favor of SMEs in order to be coherent must not simply look at economic issues. SMEs have a lower environmental impact, and I do apologize for going back to this point, but I think this is an aspect that can no longer be overlooked. So SMEs are characterized by a lower environmental impact. They are better integrated in their local territories. They are better integrated in the area in which they operate, and they work in ways that are less energy intensive and less resource intensive. If adequately encouraged, SMEs, just like the agricultural sector, can play a fundamental role in the process of change that Europe's economies are called to implement in order to continue to be relevant in the international scenario and to safeguard competitiveness in the face of increasingly fierce competition. So in order to respond adequately to this competitive setting, the solution cannot be that of lowering the cost of inputs, nor can the solution be reducing the cost of labor to bring it down to the level of emerging economies, because this cannot be successful, and it is not in line with our tradition, which upholds rights. Europe, on the other hand, should focus on high value added quality economy with a lower environmental impact. The objectives that the European Union has set with respect to industrial recovery will not be achieved unless they are pursued with a consistent, comprehensive strategy entailing joint, coordinated effort on the part of all member states. So, in conclusion, we cannot allow that agriculture and SMEs are considered as a thing of the past, as a past that is no longer of relevance today. These sectors cannot be left to emerging economies only for us to simply focus on the services sector. This is unacceptable. Manufacturing has represented the driving force behind the economic development of European countries. So a huge challenge lies ahead. We have to guide and drive in a sustainable fashion our skills and our abilities in agriculture, bearing in mind the opportunities that come from technological innovation, knowing that we have to be competitive in an increasingly globalized market. Thank you very much for your attention.
Grazie. Noi vi lasciamo.
We wish to thank you, and I would now ask the chairpersons of the committees to moderate the sessions. We can begin with session 1, and of course we'll be going back to our offices and our work, and I hope you all have a very fruitful meeting.
Cari colleghi, possiamo.
Dear colleagues, we may begin our session. I would also like to extend my greetings to all of you, to the chairpersons of committees, members of parliament, minister, distinguished speakers. Let us now begin our first session. As we've been reminded by the President of the Senate and of the Chamber of Deputies, this is an important time for discussion. We all supported this discussion because we need to discuss the measures and actions that are necessary. After 5 difficult years in our common European history, the Union needs to find a way to ensure growth and development and ensure the future of our citizens. I think that the title of this session is crystal clear. We wish to discuss the ways in which we can strengthen and increase the efficiency and security of the European way to quality food. We need to consolidate our production. We need to ensure global food security. These are issues that will be discussed during the Expo 2015 event starting from the month of May in Milan. Through agriculture, we need to provide hope for our youth. They need to be attracted to this industry, and we need to contribute to environmental protection and the development of rural areas as well. We all know very well how our common agricultural policy has evolved. We are familiar with the content of the reform, the substance of the reform, and the implementing regulation, and we know that it is now at the starting line. There is no doubt that the overcoming of the industrial agro-food model, which is based on intensive exploitation of natural resources, was originally justified by food self-sufficiency research, and we know that with this reform, progress will be made. The Union is moving towards a new model, and together with the primary function, which is the production of goods for the markets, our agricultural industry must more and more play a new role. We must preserve the biodiversity of our rural areas and of our environment. So there are different functions that European agriculture must play, and this multifunctional model appears to be the only possible option to return agriculture to its important role of being the engine for our economies. We are all familiar with the data that we are working with today. I would simply highlight some statistics. We know that Over the years, there's been a decline in the number of people working in agriculture. 4 million people, that's 25% of the workforce. And we know that the average age of employed persons is very high. Only 7% of European farmers are under the age of 35, and 1 out of 3 is over 65 years of age. We know that there is an exploitation of natural resources. At times it is very serious, reckless, and this has led to very negative consequences that cannot all be remedied. We have erosion of water resources, the impoverishment of our soil, loss of biodiversity, deterioration of ecosystems. These are all issues that we need to face up to. The European Union has begun to do this. The responses that are being devised stem from concepts that are rooted in scientific literature and in practices. We need to oversee our land. We need to promote products which are specific to certain geographical areas. We need to involve agricultural businesses and non-agricultural businesses. We need to encourage rotation and targeted diversification of crops. Now, in regard to the common agricultural policy, it is important to rebalance the overall budgetary allocations in order to support rural development programs, and we need to revise our direct payment systems. It should be linked to the adoption of eco-friendly, environmentally friendly agricultural methods. These are important novel elements, and we need to monitor them over the years. And we know, however, that we can begin our debate now, today, on these issues. Some believe that the European quota for the Rural Development Fund is insufficient, considering the objectives, the goals of the fund itself. And there are people who are doubtful in connection with the concept of greening. From crop diversification to the so-called reinforced conditionality, which limits access to funding only for farmers who are willing to adopt environmental practices that are being required by the new regulations. These are issues that we are familiar with and that will be part of our debate. And what about the new regulations that have been introduced or will be introduced in 2 other pillars of European agriculture? The quality trademark system that was reformed in 2012, but which is operational starting from this year, and organic production. The reform regulation is currently being read in the European Parliament, and the Council is debating on it as well. We know that there has been much criticism in this regard. For example, the ability of the new trademark system to protect in a uniform and effective manner the excellence of European agriculture. And within the Union and at international level, we know there is criticism. And also the opportunity to abolish, starting now, the exemptions that still exist with regard to organic production methodologies. These are the issues that we are here to discuss today. I am confident that the speakers that will be taking the floor in the course of our panel discussion will help us to gain more insight on these matters and will help us in our lawmaking exercise. Let me just wrap up with this. In recouping the role as an engine of our economy, the agricultural sector, I believe, must always look up to the global challenges which are out there. And even here, we are familiar with the numbers. In 2015, we know that the world population will reach 9 billion people. And in order to feed all those people, food production will literally have to double between now and then. This process cannot and must not occur as it has in the past, based on industrialization and the reckless exploitation of resources, which are now scanty and indeed very precious. The European Union is the leading exporter of agricultural product in the world. Thanks to these reforms, it will continue to work in an environmentally and high-quality fashion. We need to assert food self-sufficiency throughout the planet. And in fact, this is something that needs to be done as quickly as possible. This is a topic that all members of European Parliament mustn't lose sight of. And it is indeed an effort which has to be played out on a global scale. And I'm sure that our parliaments will do just that. We will ask and call out for European institutions to take part in this, as well as national governments. Thank you.
Apriamo dunque la prima sessione.
We will now begin our first session. The title is The European Way to Quality Food, Land Protection, Eco-Friendly Organic Farming, and Protection of Traditional Products. I would be happy to give the floor over to my colleague, Mr. Luca Sani, who is the chairperson of the Chamber of Deputies Agriculture Committee. Thank you, Chairman Mr. Formigoni, dear ministers, speakers. I also wish to thank you for your participation today, and I wish to extend my warmest welcome to you all. We know that the subject of food quality is part of European policies. It has been since the 90s, and this has become ever more strategic. In fact, today, this is a wonderful opportunity for us in terms of growth, and this is why we wanted to have a discussion on this in the course of the Italian EU Council presidency semester. The different certifications, PDO, PGI, TSG, and with organic farming, the European Union has adopted policies which aim at differentiating European production from mass production. And we need to protect two categories in particular: producers, on the one hand, through the exclusive use of denominations, and consumers, who are ever more interested in being able to be familiar with the values, material and immaterial values of their food. Now, quality is a leitmotif. It is one of the pillars of this sector. This is important. We have 266 products that are PDO or PGI, and Italy is therefore a leader in Europe. And Italy is also a leading European nation when it comes to organic farming. Today, agri-food industry is holding up despite the difficulties stemming from the crisis. And this is thanks to our export performance. We've invested in quality in our agri-food sector, and we've begun a virtuous process. Through agricultural production, we can tell the story of a country, of its culture, of its landscape, and its traditions. We, therefore, wish to focus on this. We will pursue this avenue. Of course, we recognize some of our limits, and we'll have to look into those very carefully. On the one hand, food quality is a wonderful opportunity for us. However, in order to be fully developed, we need huge organizational efforts to be made by producers. This way, it will really mean economic growth and competitiveness. I mean, we need more connection, more of a link between producers and the processing industry. We need to do more in this area. We want to find a way to support supply chain agreements. We want to protect the negotiating power, the bargaining power of farmers, and we need to establish, in order to do that, associations of producers. In order to boost growth, We have to work hard, and in fact, we have some novelties when it comes to regulations. In particular, I'm referring to Regulation 1151 of 2012 on quality food, and in that regulation, we have lots of novel elements compared to the previous one. One of them being the definition of stricter rules when it comes to fighting counterfeiting and ousting certified products, labeling, and so on. I know that President Grasso just a moment ago said we need to strengthen common action in order to fight against offenses committed in this industry, in particular counterfeiting and modification of food. I agree with the President. We have another draft regulation on organic production and labeling of organic products. And let me just stop a moment and say that one point is very clear: the reconciliation between exception and the need to harmonize this area in Europe in order to be more competitive and to play a clear and strong role in trade agreements and negotiations with other countries. And this is being done through through hearings in Parliament, and we need to be flexible in order to support our traditions and the specific conditions in the individual member states and European regions. We agree with this position. We also have the 2020 Common Agricultural Policy that refers to the need to revise and update our provisions on food quality. Here, in the Chamber of Deputies and the Agricultural Committee, we are trying to support this effort. We are focusing on the principle of subsidiarity and inspection, the inspection approach. We are submitting motions on the subject of agricultural and rural development. And in fact, this past month, we focused on the Common Agricultural Policy, but also on the issue of labeling. The protection of productions, we think, has to go through this mechanism, through an effective labeling mechanism, which needs to be clearly understood by consumers. The Italian Parliament unanimously voted a motion, number 311 in particular. We have other opportunities as well, which can help us to protect quality. And I think that the Italian semester of presidency of the EU Council will contribute. We will push forward the negotiations on the reform for organic farming, institutional agreements on labeling, and agri-food biodiversity. These are issues that need to be completed along with GMOs in Europe. In fact, in Europe, we are about to support the principle of food sovereignty and the freedom each state has to choose its own agri-food strategy, and they are free to decide if they want to exclude GMOs. Now, we've already heard from Chairman Mr. Formigoni on Expo 2015, so I won't go into this again. I would simply mention something about the TTIP negotiation. Agri-food product trade, in particular national export towards the U.S., have to be considered in terms of seeking new opportunities to consolidate and further grow this sector. This is an agreement which will help us fulfill European food and agricultural standards, and we need to protect consumers and guarantee equal conditions for farmers. This is what we are pursuing, and we also need high European Union standards that farmers can respect and that consumers can enjoy, starting with the PDO and PGI certifications. This is a crucial moment for the agri-food system in Europe, which we see as an engine for development. Clearly, we need agricultural and rural policies that President Boldrini was referring to. And in fact, our businesses need to be multifunctional, as we heard earlier. Because this will have important spillovers also in terms of the environmental balance of our planet. We'll be able to do this if we invest and focus on our youth. In our country, there is a renewed interest coming from our youth in agriculture and rural development. And for example, we see that they are enrolling in universities to study this in agrarian institutes. This number has increased by 12%. 12% more youth are now enrolling in these departments, and we know at the same time that only 7% of farmers are young below the age of 35 all over Europe. And this is why we need defining policies. The government has promoted a number of these policies, and we've been working on the common agricultural policy, and we need to work on these new policies as well, because we think that in order to grow and to develop further in our countries, we're going to have to focus on agri-food. We think this will be a core issue for the future of our country. It is with this presentation and with this illustration of the will of the Italian Parliament that I wish you all a wonderful stay in Rome and a fruitful meeting.
Grazie, collega Sani.
Thank you to our colleague, Mr. Luca Sani. I also wish to extend my greetings to the other speakers who are here, Maurizio Martina, Minister Martina, Mr. Siekiersi, Monsieur Rousseau. Mrs. Ferrarini is unable to be here herself, but will have a written copy. I'd be happy to give the floor now, over to the Minister, Mr. Maurizio Martina.
Saluto a tutti.
Thank you, and my greetings to you all.
Alle presidenze di Camera.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the President of the Chamber of Deputies, the President of the Senate, the Chairman of our Agriculture Committees, and I would like to welcome all of the delegations present here today. This is an extremely useful meeting because it enables us to take stock of the situation at a time of a great significance for the agricultural sector in Europe. I believe that the topics introduced by the previous speakers are of great relevance indeed. I would like to just highlight a number of critical points. Firstly, I think that we need to all recognize that the new CAP has a number of positive and virtuous elements, but it would be a mistake if we were to think that the Common Agricultural Policy were a static instrument. We need to obviously examine the framework of the new CAP between now and 2020, but our task should also be that of ensuring that we are all prepared to update, renovate certain approaches. I think that the quantum leap that has been made with regard to sustainability and environmental sustainability in particular is of huge importance for Europe's agriculture, because it has an impact on environmental factors and on the protection of land, and this, I think, paves the way for a significant phase for Europe's agriculture. I believe that individual member states have the opportunity to experiment and look at some of the crucial aspects of our agricultural sectors. For instance, in Italy, we must acknowledge the progress that has been made in recent years, minus 35% with respect to greenhouse gases in the Italian agricultural sector. We also have to consider the possibility of programming investment between now and 2020. Over 3.5 billion will be allocated to environmental and agricultural policies, 1.5 for organic farming only, and therefore we have some very interesting opportunities ahead. However, we have to also take into account that there are some weaknesses, and there are 4 points in particular which I think are of fundamental importance when it comes to looking at the instruments that have to be developed in the light of the current situation in the European agricultural sector. There is no doubt that we must invest in quality in the agricultural sector, and we need that this aspect be increasingly enhanced. Given our experience in Italy, given our heritage, obviously we consider this to be of great importance, not only because we have promoted the adoption of PGI systems, and because we obviously have considerable experience in the sector. However, I also believe that given the growing internationalization of this sector, Europe as a whole must invest in quality processes. Europe as a whole must invest on establishing a new relationship with our citizens and consumers. Europe as a whole must take all of the necessary steps to ensure that agriculture may play a significant role and expand and gain greater market shares, helping its producers to find a new way of, say, participating in this process. I think that we must always focus on sustainability and on the distinctive nature of Europe's agricultural model, because this is the only way of making progress. And in that respect, there can be no doubt that Europe has a number of crucial challenges ahead, which I consider as great opportunities. It's not just about risks. Quite rightly, previous speakers have mentioned the issue of the TTIP, the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership Agreement with the great markets such as the United States. I consider this as an opportunity, and there can be no doubt that we must stress the distinctive nature of Europe's agricultural model. Certainly, given the challenges of the negotiation with our partners, we must very clearly point out that geographical indications and the uniqueness of Europe's agricultural model requires this recognition. I know it's not easy, but it is of the essence. And I also wish to point out that we have a number of negotiations, such as the one with Canada, that have represented a positive development. I know it's not quite the same thing, but we need to continue promoting this approach. And as we were saying earlier, we also believe in labeling, traceability, distinctiveness, and a new relationship with consumers that must be based on information and on correct information. Italy will do everything that is required in preparation for the 13th of December. This is the important date when the Commission is to submit a proposal on this issue. We are preparing for this. Public consultation process will start in a few days' time so that Italian consumers and citizens may contribute to this exchange on the topic of traceability and labelling. And it's important for us to understand what kind of information citizens need and require. And this is an essential prerequisite so that the work that is to be done on labelling and traceability may be carried out properly. And I think that this leads us to identify four main challenges, which I would like to briefly summarize. I have said this repeatedly, but I would like to share this with you. Firstly, even in the light of recent developments and the decision to block certain products that were being exported to Russia, leads us to consider the need to find more adequate and suitable instruments to face market crises. The toolkit that the Common Agricultural Policy provides certainly represents an interesting opportunity, but more remains to be done. We have seen this, for instance, in the past weeks. It has been challenging to use these tools, and time is a critical factor, and we must understand that agricultural sectors are immediately impacted by decisions such as the one I have just referred to. So how do we adequately manage crises and how can we make progress? That's the first point. The second point has to do with traceability and labelling. This is an important topic for Europe as a whole in order to strengthen Europe's presence in the international markets. Third point, there is a generation issue. We have figures to prove it. Unless we engage in an initiative to support young people in the agricultural sector in Europe, we are going to be faced with a serious crisis. The Common Agricultural Policy has envisaged some interesting new possibilities, but this is something we must commit to. Take the case of the access to credit for young farmers. Well, I don't think that it is enough for us to look at things from a national standpoint. Each member state, of course, must play its part, and we can obviously work on that, but we also need a European-wide approach, and this is the third challenge. The fourth has to do with simplification, administrative simplification. The Common Agricultural Policy is still much too complicated, and at times it's hard for farmers to understand it. We therefore must simplify the system, that we must make the available instruments more effective. These are the four challenges that must be met in order to promote investment in quality initiatives in agriculture. I think that there's a link between the 4 points I have made and quality. I don't think that we can address the subject of quality unless we tackle these four issues that I have just described. The Italian presidency will I think, contribute to raising awareness on this topic, also given that it is taking place at a time of transition in Europe. And hopefully it will also shed light on a number of legislative and regulatory processes that hopefully will be completed by December. I think that this change, this turnover that is taking place in Europe with the Parliament, Commission and Council is an opportunity for us, especially if we bear in mind that in 2015 there will be a more pressing need to legislate and to innovate from an institutional and legal point of view, whereas now is the time to, I think, examine these issues in depth. And of course, let's not forget the Milan Expo that will be taking place in 2015. This is, I think, an opportunity for Europe. I would like to invite you to consider that the discussion platform of Expo 2015 is to be seen as a European event after China, after Shanghai 2010 and before Dubai 2020. The Universal Expo is back in Europe and the topic is of crucial geopolitical importance, the global food challenge with all the contradictions and the opportunities that are linked to this theme, as was pointed out by previous speakers. This is a European event, not just an Italian one. And I think that Europe can show its leadership qualities on the global scenario, given that there will be interactions between states, between systems that obviously are of relevance to us all in Europe. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Grazie, Ministro.
Thank you, Minister. Dear colleagues, I would like to point out that after the two keynote speakers who will be taking the floor, there will be the opportunity for you to speak during the debate. Please let us know whether you would like to speak during the debate so that we can allot the time now over to the Honourable Czeslaw Adam Sikierski, Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Parliament.
Szanowni Państwo.
I wish to thank you for having organized this meeting and for having chosen such an important topic for this debate. And you've chosen to discuss both agriculture and industry. And of course, we're also going to focus on the role of small and medium-sized enterprises. This is precisely what needs to be done. Lately, we haven't been speaking enough about the development of agriculture and industry. In the debate on how to combat the crisis, we haven't really discussed how to support the SMEs. To speak of quality of agricultural production is important, and the role of agriculture in environmental sustainability is essential. We have to talk about traditional, typical products, in particular here in Italy, because Italy, of course, is the cradle land when it comes to local productions. These are all issues that tie in with the current needs of common agricultural policy. I am now the chairman of the Agriculture Committee, and My predecessor was Mr. Castro. I wish to thank him very much indeed for the cooperation that we have had. I am fortunate because then I can take advantage of all his previous experience. The most recent CAP reform was agreed and approved last year. This was the first CAP reform since the Treaty of Lisbon entered into force, and so the first time the democratic European Parliament could participate actively and on an equal footing with the Council. In my views, this new institutional challenge increases the need to strengthen dialogue with national parliaments, and this is why today's meeting is so important. It's an opportunity to meet and learn more about our own experiences and compare our positions on this very important issue of food quality policy and agricultural policy. Quality is always a challenge for Europe, a new frontier. In a more and more globalized world, European farmers are faced with constantly growing pressure from third countries. To meet these new challenges, European farmers' biggest asset is quality, and in particular, the quality of European products. There is a difference in the consumer perception of the word quality. For some, quality means health and hygiene safety, while for others, quality is mainly linked to the territorial origin of the product. European legislation covers these two aspects. At a basic level, all the farmers in the EU are legally bound to respect some of the most stringent farming requirements in the world. This would include environmental protection, climate change, animal welfare standards, the use of pesticides, and veterinary products. The laws of the European Union have also introduced labels and quality schemes under its food quality policy. These labels make it possible to recognize the high-value characteristics of the products and also the regional specificities of the product. And I'm referring, of course, to the PDO, PGI, and TSG labels. This policy can add value to Europe's regional economies. Indeed, for many rural areas where production alternatives are limited, it offers the one and only opportunity for development. However, due to their links to specific geographical areas, and unlike standard products, PDO and PGI products also foster local development. The speakers that we've heard this morning have clearly underscored this. These local products have a very special value, and they make a fundamental contribution to the development of the local economies. This policy is important inside the European Union. The quest for quality is a vital part of the EU agri-food sector's strategy in the global marketplace. All over the world, consumers increasingly look for authentic products that are made using specific and traditional methods. In order to meet this demand, we need to focus on diversity and quality of the European Union's agricultural production. because this will help us to be more competitive. The European Parliament has adopted numerous resolutions on quality policy, the Petra or Scotta reports, and each time it reaffirms the importance of such a policy. The European Parliament, under the co-decision procedure, is also working on a new framework for a coherent agricultural quality policy. During the discussion with the Council, our negotiating team obtained the establishment of the term mountain product as an optional quality term. And there will be a new labeling scheme as well to assist producers in marketing their products locally. On the reform of the Common Agricultural Policy, and in particular the reform of the single CMO, the Agricultural Committee's team paid particular attention to the fact that marketing standards could also cover the type of farming or method of farming and production, or the place of farming and or origin. My committee has just received a new proposal on organic farming. A rapporteur has already been designated, and we hope to start negotiations with the Council and with national parliaments. We know that environmentally compatible agriculture is what the public opinion is demanding. This is very important. And now let me focus on future challenges. The European food quality policy, I believe, will have to face three major challenges. Firstly, although the geographical indication system is well established in the EU and in many non-EU countries, in some trading partners or countries, there is no specific legislation, or EU names are not widely protected. The European Commission should work on this in order to improve the recognition of the EU quality scheme in non-EU countries at WTO level and through bilateral agreements with our trading partners. I was glad to hear what the Commissioner-designate said, Mr. Phil Hogan, during his hearing at the Committee on Agriculture. He, the Commissioner-designate, said that in all negotiations we have to be prudent and wise. We mustn't sacrifice in any way our high food standards on the altar of expediency in terms of simply getting an agreement. The role of EU research, scientific research, is another challenge. This should be the underpinning in our pursuit of high quality. And another challenge is a better integration of small producers to strengthen their market position. We should encourage small producers to form groups. They can be peers and partner with others, and therefore work with SMEs, even in the area of processing, food processing. In the future, in the near future, we're going to have to support agricultural concerns because even when they are small, they can play an important role in connection with the development of the local economy. As you all know, we will soon be working on the revision of the Common Agricultural Policy, and we want to consider the many issues that are raised by farmers, by national parliaments. Of course, we will be focusing on simplification and the establishment of a policy which can be more supportive for farmers and which needs to be environmentally compatible. We don't want the policy to be overly complex. We want it to be friendly. We think that in agriculture, international issues are all equally important, and international agreements that we heard about from the minister, not only the TTIP agreement, but agreements with Canada, with the Mercosur region, or with Japan. And the embargo placed on Russia also is an issue that needs to be resolved. We need stability in connection with the CAP, internal stability, but we need to have stability when it comes to our international contacts, because many of these issues are impacted by the external dimension. This is a new challenge for the Common Agricultural Policy, and other speakers before me have already mentioned it. Lastly, I would point out that we need to ensure the quantity of food production, but clearly also quality must be secured and ensured. We've also got to consider security alongside these. We've seen a number of animal diseases, the swine flu being one of them, and this shows that we have to be well prepared to deal with the numerous risks that occur not only in single countries, but all over Europe. Therefore, we need to reconsider the overall food safety dossier. And if we consider the new summit, the upcoming summit, we know that the approach taken to climate change will be equally important. And in fact, we know that there are new expectations for agriculture as well. This is why we need a multidisciplinary approach. We mustn't forget social issues and needs, education, and we mustn't forget the needs that farmers have in order to be able to stay in these rural areas. So in the future, we're going to have to provide additional funds to keep farming and agriculture in the most difficult areas, especially in the mountains, for example. Thank you so much for your attention.
Grazie Presidente. La parola ora.
Thank you. And over to the chairperson of the Working Group on Organic Farming, COPA-COGECA, Mr. Edouard Rousseau.
Bien, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you very much, Minister. Members, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for having invited me to speak at this important meeting, and I would like to point out that progress has been made already by the very fact that you have chosen to focus on this topic with this particular approach. I would like to speak as an organic farmer, but also as a chairperson of the Working Group on Organic Farming, COPA-COGECA. COPA-COGECA as you might or might not know, is an organisation that represents European organic co-ops and farmers, and this is true irrespective of whether they are in the organic farming sector or conventional agricultural sector. We therefore represent approximately 12 million farmers and their families, over 38,000 cooperatives. Many of them are organic farmers in Austria, Denmark, Finland, for instance. Copa Cogeca represents almost all certified organic farmers, approximately 35% in the UK. In Italy, approximately 75% of certified organic farmers are represented by us. This working group, particularly over the last 2 years, has put forward a number of proposals on behalf of our sector to the European Commission on regulatory technical matters on the basis of the inputs that come from the grassroots, from the farmers themselves. Over the past 2 years, we have worked with the various countries in our working group in order to put forward a number of proposals to be able to contribute to the current discussion on the regulatory framework. And we have observed on several occasions that the Commission has taken a positive approach to the development of the sector, to the development of agriculture in general, and to the development of the sector of organic farming in particular. And yet there are a number of proposals that the Commission has put forward that could jeopardize the sector's future, especially with regard to the introduction of certain derogations. I don't want to get too technical, but as you know, organic farming is on the rise. It is growing significantly, and to support this growth process, it is necessary to find the necessary technical aspects. We represent 5.4% approximately of the total European arable land, where the market amounts to 20 billion euros, and we have to obviously avoid a growing gap between various forms of agriculture and farming, so as to allow transition from one form of farming to another. And we shouldn't create sanctuaries of organic farming, but we should give all European farmers who so choose to start this form of production wherever they may be, whether they may be in the plains, in the grasslands, or in the other areas of Europe that might be more challenging to farm. Now, the important objective is that of ensuring that we have an annual monitoring system. Over the last 10 years, we have developed significantly our activities and productions in line with the interest expressed by consumers that show growing interest and place considerable trust in organic farming, and this has to be preserved. Hence, the need to preserve this annual control mechanism, which is simple to explain to consumers, and that also establishes a regular link between the certifying bodies, producers, in a context characterized by changing regulatory frameworks. And there is another aspect that we do not agree on, i.e. the proposal to immediately introduce declassification level at a European level. We're not against this, but we think it should not be addressed to end products. We think that there are a number of aspects that have to be regulated before this declassification is introduced, and I'm referring to the risk of accidental contamination that can occur on account of the presence of pesticides that are used in adjoining fields, or that can be present in some industrial activities near the organic farm. So in the case of accidental contamination of organic farming, we have to have a system in place so that the farmer is not faced with immediate declassification. We have to have a system based on best practices at a European level. And this connection, we would like to note that in the new CAP there are greening rules, and it would be interesting to introduce as well greening measures in areas that are adjoining, let's say, the areas that are under, let's say, organic farming rules. So we have to therefore ensure that there can still be derogation for so-called mixed farms. There are some farmers who want to embrace organic farming, but they might have a very intensive farming system or large-scale farming, and in order to be more eco-friendly, these farmers want to start experimenting small scale and then step up and ramp up the extent of their organic farming. And we know that this accounts for 25% of French farms and 45% in Spain, 25% in the UK. These mixed farms must be able to progressively adjust to the rules and regulations that apply to organic farming. And this is particularly suited to those farms that specialize in certain products. This is true of orchards, for instance, and they want to shift to organic farming with new varieties, new seeds. This needs time. We mustn't create imbalances, but we must always allow these farmers to have the possibility of opting for organic farming if they so wish. We also, and I don't even want to go into technical matters at excessive length, but we also must consider the possibility of using seeds that are not necessarily produced by organic farms and that are not necessarily available in organic farms. So at the moment, the supply of inputs and seeds for organic farming purposes is not sufficient to meet the needs of all farmers. And there are still possibilities of obtaining seeds that are not necessarily produced by organic farms. So we have to therefore support this process, and the SMEs that supply organic farms must gradually be able to shift towards organic productions, but for this to occur, the market must be sufficient enough, and the number of players must also be sufficient. We also think that it's important to take a consistent approach to organic farming. The creation of an organic label is aimed at enhancing the value of these organic products. We think that it is important to guarantee that imported products comply with as strict regulations as those that apply within the European Union for organic products. We know, for instance, that there are mixed farms authorized by in the United States with which reciprocity agreements have been signed. We therefore have to ensure that we have a more stringent trade system in place to avoid deceiving consumers and producers in general. I would like to once again renew my thanks for having chosen to focus on this topic. The organic farming sector, I think, has really made inroads. In 2011, we have a market of approximately 20 billion euros, and we expect that, we know that between 2010 and 2011, the growth rate has been 9%. Between 2000 and 2012, the total area devoted to organic production amounts to has increased by 6.7% per year on average. Total 9.6 million hectares in 2010 2012, i.e. 5.4% of the EU area. In 2011, France had 970,000 hectares, 1 million in Germany, 1.1 million in Italy, 1.8 in Spain, devoted to organic farming. In Austria, 20% of farm areas are organic. And this is what our young people want and believe in. This increase in our sector requires adequate support, and this is of key importance in order to have a real impact at a higher scale. Organic farming gives us the opportunity to guarantee independence and autonomy of our farmlands, and obviously self-sufficiency is the ultimate goal of all countries. And we know that this is one of the aims of our organic farming and breeding initiatives. We know that the dynamics of SMEs in the agribusiness sector is also important. Food processing is generally carried out by SMEs that are very dynamic, very small, generally very innovative, with a very high growth rate. They need to be supported. Biodiversity is also another aspect that we have to focus on. We have to safeguard biodiversity, and for these systems to be effective, we need to ensure that adequate rotation is carried out. For instance, if we have to have at least between 10 or 12 different crops in a rotation system. With large-scale farms where we have 2 or 3 crops that can be rotated on smaller scale farms. And we have to also ensure that we focus on adequate water management and health. And this is a challenge. Organic farming is not perfect, obviously. It is faced with technical challenges that are new, and in order to increase and stabilize productivity, we have to have recourse to natural means. And this is the challenge that was mentioned in the introduction by the President. We have to therefore look at the role that can be played by medium-sized holdings that know their land, know their local reality, and they work in vivo and not in vitro. And they have the know-how and the sensitivities. Our parents and our grandparents had to achieve food self-sufficiency. That was the challenge that they had to meet. This is something that applies to us too, but we have to find natural methods to do so. This is the civilization challenge lying ahead that was mentioned in the opening remarks by our chairman. We know that there are huge technical challenges ahead. One aspect that we have to focus on is legislation that has to guarantee that SMEs can play an adequate role. Authorization for marketing purposes is something that is expensive and time-consuming. Only multinationals sometimes can manage this, and the same is true with respect to seeds. All of those key players who are present in our various countries and regions must be able to guarantee lasting opportunities and employment for young people in particular, who are showing growing interest in this sector. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Grazie Presidente, grazie a lei e grazie.
Thank you. Thank you to the speaker and to all of the speakers of the session. We have now gone through our presentations and would now begin the debate. We have 17 colleagues who have asked for the floor, and clearly we will give all of them the opportunity to speak. But in order to do that, I will have to ask each of them to speak only very briefly. I'm afraid I can't give you more than 2 minutes each. I realize that's not much time at all, but that's the time we have, and maybe the best way to proceed would be to address your questions to the speakers. I will call out your names. I would ask you to stand up, please, for technical reasons. You have to pull out the microphone that you have on your table in front of you. The microphone will turn on automatically when you pull it out, pull it up, and you will see the time ticking up here on the screen behind me and in front of you. At the end of your 2 minutes, a red light will begin flashing, and hopefully that will help us to run our debate very smoothly. I would also point out that the speakers will have just a few minutes time to answer your questions. Mrs. Anne McIntosh has the floor.
Grazie a lei. Thank you. First of all, as the representative from the House of Commons, can I say what a great pleasure it is to be here in Rome and to sample typical Roman hospitality. Given the short time available, I'd like to put two direct questions to the Minister Martina as the President in Office of the Council. One is the short-term concerns of the impact on European farmers of the sanctions imposed against Russia, and also the barriers that are still applying to countries for export such as China, given the impact on milk and pork. That's the short-term concerns. The long-term concerns relate to the CAP reforms and the fact that there is no scrutiny on the final details being agreed in committee, of which neither the national parliaments nor the European Parliament scrutinise. So what reassurance can the Minister give us today that European farmers will not be discriminated against in the final conclusions of the final details of the Common Agricultural Policy, particularly relating to the complexity, as he himself mentioned, the complexity of the greening issues, and also the ecological focus area and the 3 crop rules. Our farmers need to have certainty going forward, and the taxpayer, dare I say, need to know that it is not going to cost more than the current Common Agricultural Policy. Thank you.
Grazie, signora McIntosh.
Thank you to Mrs. McIntosh, who comes from the United Kingdom. And we now have from Croatia, Mr. Franjo Lucic.
Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, I would like to greet you all today, and I am very glad to be here today with you. The problems of the Republic of Croatia that supports the policy of the European Union in terms of ecological production and the development of sustainable development, as the market value of organic products is thus organic farmland today accounts for more than 3% in Croatia's total farmland, whilst the market value of organic products in Croatia amounted to 104 million euro in 2012. Almost 50% of the farms engaged in ecological farming, organic production in the Republic of Croatia are mixed farms. That is, such farms engaged in both organic and conventional farming. We believe that introducing this new rule would cause a significant number of producers to give up organic farming, which would consequently result in an increased pressure on natural resources and biodiversity. Phasing out the exemption from the production rules, especially with regard to the use of untreated seeds from conventional production, should be additional additionally considered in the light of the shortage of organic seeds in the market. We support the introduction of group certification, but we believe that the criteria must be clearly defined. The recognition by control authorities in third countries based on the equivalence principle could lead to reduced imports from developing countries based on the equivalence principle. Thank you very much.
Dalla Germania la signora.
Mrs. Ulrike Oefken from Germany.
First of all, thanks to the Italian presidency. And I want to address 2 points. First to TTIP. I think it's really important to maintain the protection of the destination of origin, and this concerns TTIP also. And I remember also that studies forecast that in agricultural and food sector will be a negative growth with TTIP in the next years. So it's perhaps important to discuss it. And I would like to present the decisions of the German upper chamber, the Bundesrat, and the decisions of all German ministers for agriculture in this question to TTIP. So they request no investor-state arbitration, no regulation, coherence. The precautionary principle and EU standards should not be undermined. And as to the proposal of the Commission for the regulation of organic farming, the Bundesrat and the Bundestag, this means both chambers, will request no complete revision, as the colleague said, no regulation based on limits for the evaluation of organic farming. Instead, keeping of process orientation like before, and generally speaking, the current obstacle which exist need to be eliminated by means such as import controls, especially for products from third countries. I would like to email the German positions to you. Please leave me your contact details, email address, for example, and we ask for your support. Thanks.
Grazie.
Thank you. And from Austria, Mr. Wolfgang Birch-Glüber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, I would mention that especially in a time of crisis, agricultural and small-scale enterprises are the main issue in politics, especially in the rural area. So I feel we should focus our discussion, especially in the common agricultural policy, more on labor force, on the position and the possibility of farming to really survive in the rural area, and the sustainable development is the reason of quality production. So the TTIP, like my colleague from Germany was mentioning, is one of the crucial problems, and Austrian farmers are not in favor of this kind of international trade for industrialized production and only for the big companies. We need markets in Europe, our own markets. We need developing of that markets. And we don't need new bureaucratic rules in our, I would say, rural sector, especially in farming. So we need GMO-free production, we need rules on traditional products, and we have to sustain with organic farming, which is really a successful process in many, many countries. And so for that reason, the Austrian Federal Council has also sent to the Commission a recent opinion. And in this recent opinion, we focus on violation of the principle of subsidiarity. The effect of the proposal of the EU is highly unspecific on account of the large number of delegated legal acts. And we will send the English version of that proposal, of that opinion to you all, if it's possible, by the Italian presidency. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. And from Finland, Mr. Jari Leppä.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues. In Finland, the European way, the quality food has got a sudden blow. The Finnish dairy sector is especially affected by the Russian import ban. There is already a considerable drop in prices and more to come. Russian markets have been very important. About 26% of our Finnish production is exported there in the form of high value added products. No concrete measures with effect have been taken by the Commission. There is the need for well-targeted direct crisis support measures for dairy producers in most affected parts of EU, that is Finland and Baltic states. The Commission must present concrete proposal and a way forward soon. The Russian ban is a counter-reaction to EU measures. Acute problem in the fruit and vegetable sector have been addressed by the Commission, but dairy largely not, which is not acceptable. Financial resources, the targeted support are to be found. The Commission designates on the amending letter 2050 did not make things easier. Funds for the transfer outside the CAP budget and already employment crisis measures would need the financed through the crisis reserve. Even the Parliament and new Commission must show understanding to the difficult situation of milk producer in Finland and the Baltic states, especially during the process of deciding the EU budget for 2050. And last but not least, simplification of the regulation must be a strong priority. That has to be kept in mind in the European way to quality food. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. And from the United Kingdom, Baroness Scott of Needham Market.
I would like to ask the panel if they could comment on the issue of food waste. Around a third of the food produced in the world is wasted. In the EU, it's over 90 million tons of food. Surely, if we're concerned about food security, then not wasting what we're already growing would be an important start. My Select Committee recently published a serious and a large report on the question of food waste, which is available to colleagues if they'd like to read it. Many of the processes which we're using to guarantee the integrity of the supply chain can also be used to manage the question of food waste. With particular regard to farmers, we found much evidence in the UK and beyond of the unequal relationship between the major retailers and farmers. The contractual arrangements often require farmers to produce more than they're needed. When it can't be sold, then it simply gets ploughed or put into anaerobic digestion. In other cases, ridiculously high cosmetic standards result in perfectly good fruit and vegetables simply being discarded. Putting food into anaerobic digestion is growing, particularly in the UK, and I know elsewhere. But surely food which is intended for human consumption should really be consumed by humans, and anaerobic digestion really used as a very last resort. So I'd be very interested to hear what the panel have to say about how we can tackle what I think is a growing and very important problem. And tackling it would not only be of great benefit to the environment, but would also improve the profitability of many of our farmers.
Grazie.
Thank you. From Poland, Mr. Jerzy Krosikowski.
Jest mi miło, że mogę uczestniczyć w tej debacie. Spotykamy się, można powiedzieć, co pół roku za każdej prezydencji.
We meet every 6 months, but I was unable to attend the meeting in Greece. I'm very happy to be here at the Italian Parliament. I wish to thank the speakers for having supported and pointed out the importance of PDO and PGI and TSG labels. We speak about so many important issues of agriculture. When we do that, we're speaking about the future. We have to answer a question. Is Europe able to produce high quality, the highest quality food possible? So we're speaking here of security, of course, but also quality of food. And we mustn't forget that food is important to our health. The use of chemistry in the processing industry, not only in agriculture, is a risk when it comes to the safety of our populations. So our productions have to be as environmental as possible. Our grandfathers and grandmothers enjoyed very good health, and perhaps not our youth. Clearly, the embargo is also an important issue. Now, my question is this: when will you craft a response to this? When will you stop having farmers pay penalties when it comes to milk production? You mustn't penalize the farmers who wish to produce and who wish for us all to be healthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to congratulate Italy on excellent organization of the event, and thank you for your hospitality. Let me also express my gratitude to the speaker for interesting and diverse contributions. Speaking on behalf of the SMEs of Lithuania, I would like to draw attention to a few issues concerning organic agriculture. Currently, discussions are being held on a proposal of a regulation on organic production and labeling of organic production, which we call introduct in some respects. First of all, the proposal sets the requirement to practice all organic production in their entire holding. However, many farmers in Lithuania practice mixed production, that is crop cultivation and livestock farming in one holding. Often part of the production is organic and the other is not, because the requirements for these activities different. Moreover, I would like to draw attention to the provision of a proposal concerning the delegation of power to the European Commission. We stand for the fact that delegated acts would serve only for adoption of procedure and minor decision. Meanwhile, in the current draft, these powers cover much broad situations, such as frequency, methods, and conditions for the control of farms. I hope very much that our concerns will be heard and taken into account in the course of the negotiation, because the ecological areas in Lithuania comprise bare 6% of the total arable land, and we make every effort to ensure that in the future this sector would not decline but rather expand. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. And from Spain, Mr. José Ignacio Llorens. Thank you, Chairman. Dear colleagues, the subject that we are here to discuss is, of course, quality, and this is something that Europe needs to ensure for the future. When we talk about the quality of our food, we have to remember that we have many labels, PDO, and In Spain, we have the largest land where organic farming is practiced. We have so many hectares, 1.6 million, that are used for this purpose. And therefore, we need to regulate, we need to oversee the labeling. An important issue the Russian embargo, the measures of the EU to offset the impact of food production and the closing down of Russian borders in this regard. Well, these are insufficient measures. So these are the many issues that have been raised. And my question is this: are there any other measures being contemplated? Measures that are needed in order to protect southern European countries, in particular Spain, that have been impacted? And what about the effects of the improvement of our food chain? We were forerunners in this. We wanted to ensure minimum prices. We wanted to avoid imbalances in the food chain. We wanted to increase the income of farmers. This was indeed a pioneer law, a groundbreaking law, and it requires the attention of other European countries.
Check.
Thank you. And now from Slovenia.
Thank you for the hospitality. I will say a couple of words about the problems of the small ones. Slovenia's farms are family farms, 99% of them. Average size is only 6.5 hectares, with usually dispersion of land, of which 86% are located in areas with difficult farming conditions. We also have demographic structural problems, with more than half of members on the farm aged over 45. Farmers are poorly market-oriented, and all of the above is the reason for the decrease in food self-sufficiency, which fell to approximately 70% from 90% from 20 years ago. Farms are also quite often remain trapped by the old methods and branches. And the fact is that both the European and also Slovenian domestic agricultural policies are too often adapted mainly to feed the needs of the large producers. It's similar as a colleague from Austria said. So we need agricultural policy backed by a strong budget and above all an organizational and technical assistance for farmers to achieve the set goals. Increase self-sufficiency, reduce energy intensity of production and manipulation, and in particular promote local and regional production. With an agricultural policy which is not sensible enough to meet the needs and challenges of the small ones, such approaches are mainly jeopardized by the interest of capital-intensive farming in Western Europe and interest of food corporations from the States and Canada imposing the general modified food. So in new policy in Slovenia, we will primarily promote organic farming, where there is still a large margin for development. And to conclude, new agricultural policy need to address the problem faced by Slovenian family farms, and we also should promote, by means of improved legislation, new forms of cooperatives, which had a long-standing tradition in the past in Slovenia for 100 years, but were mostly dissolved during the transition to new capitalist form of production. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. From Italy, Mrs. Alessandra Terrosi. Thank you, Chairman. I wish to thank Minister Martina, first of all, and all the participants. I welcome you to our country, and I wish to also say that this is a wonderful opportunity for our committee, Agriculture Committee. Now, on organic farming, I would like to say this to the different speakers. Have you discussed the possibility to take out the review matter, the revision matter. When we control organic farming, we're not only concerned with the final product, but the methodology which is used. So what can you say about that and the regulation?
Vlachos.
Thank you very much. Greece, Mr. George Vlachos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues. I have the pleasure to greet out committee's meeting under the Italian presidency, also wishing for success in our works. With regard to European goals for high-quality products, land protection and organic farming, as well as the protection of local products, I would like to point out that agricultural activity is an inherent part of the European society and economy. Therefore, the field of agriculture is prominent in policy formulation, remaining competitive in international environments, responding to challenges and utilizing emerging opportunities, thus providing a future prospect based on stability, predictability and flexibility at a time crisis. The field of agriculture is called upon to respond to strategic goals covering a broad spectrum, such as preserving food production capacity at a sustainable basis, so as to ensure food security in the long run and address the increasing global demand for food, supporting agricultural communities that produce in a sustainable way high quality and high nutrition goods. To conclude, the protection of geographical indication of a high priority for the European Union and our country, as well as registered indication and designation are of a broad of collective nature and secure the intellectual rights of the whole geographical areas registered, functioning as valuable tools of rural development. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you very much, France. Jean-Claude Lenoir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There are 3 points I would like to make with regard to quality on behalf of the French delegation as chairperson of the Agricultural Committee of the French Senate. I would like to support all of the points made with regard to the protection of PDOs, PGIs and TSGs. These should be defended like trademarks are within the framework of free trade agreements. These PDOs, PGIs, TSGs should be recognized, and we have to also fight any attempt at counterfeit. This happens in the case of wine, Italian and French wine, or cheeses. And we also have a recent example of the negotiations with the United States and Canada. We have to have a win-win solution. We don't believe in obviously those health barriers or administrative barriers that are being discussed, and this is of great concern to French farmers. With regard to consumer protection, it is very important to ensure traceability, as was said, for certain food products, but in particular for processed meat products, which have to obviously be guaranteed. Consumers must know exactly what they're eating. And in this connection, I would like to say that the work of the committee is possibly insufficient, and maybe this is something we need to take up further. And thirdly, I would like to focus on the issue of innovation. Last week in Paris, we held the World Food Exhibition, the Food Fair, and we were very impressed by the progress made in the field of research and innovation with respect to the processing that is being carried out in a number of sectors. Cyprus, Mr. Yanakis Gavriel.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I address this meeting on such a crucial matter. I congratulate the Italian Presidency for its initiative to organize the meeting. Recent statistical data reveals that EU organic market has increased fourfold over the last decade, while the organic loss has only doubled. That it is indispensable to update and adjust the rules of organic agriculture in order to ensure the sustainability of the sector and to be able to respond to its current and future challenges. The new Commission proposals for a review of legal framework for organic production and farming address the shortcomings of the current system. Cyprus welcomes the Commission proposals on the reform of the regulation of organic farming, aiming to apply stricter rules of production by eliminating all exceptions and exception production techniques. However, Cyprus has reservations and concerns of specific issues concerning the new regulation. Our major concern derives from the provision of the proposed increase of the percentage of the animal feed coming from the farm itself or from the same region. The particularities of climate conditions and especially the long-standing problem of water scarcity and droughts in Cyprus make the production of protein crops unfeasible. It is evident that Europe's institutional success derives from the respect for diversity. We accept that our European parents will demonstrate understanding and solidarity towards the specificities of the climate condition of Cyprus. Otherwise, the implementation of the opposite scenario will definitely signal the end of the organic animal production in Cyprus. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie.
Thank you. And Belgium, Nathalie Mouille.
Several speakers explained the ambitions and challenges of the European agriculture for the next 5 years. With the new CAP reform, Europe confirms his lead on sustainable development. But in my opinion, Europe also maintains a double standard. On the one hand, we ask our farmers challenging and radical conditions on environmental issues, on food security, animal welfare, working conditions, and that's a good thing. But on the other hand, what are we doing with the rest of the world? In the beginning of this month, Europe gave a large Ukrainian egg exporter entry on the European market without several of these conditions. This entry means the end of several chicken farms in Europe, also in my country. And that is only one example. How can a young farmer who invested a lot in sustainability the last years be competitive in that European market? The speakers could not convince me. They talk about bilateral agreements, WTO. Everybody knows that's not a quick solution. And not giving in on food security, and that's true. But what can I tell this young farmer? How is Europe going to support that young farmer, knowing that, in his perception, there's only the current murdering market and the burden of the new CAP? Thank you.
Grazie, signora.
Thank you very much. Luxembourg, Mr. Gusti Gras.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First, allow me to thank the Italian Presidency for having organised this extremely interesting meeting. I would like to address a very important topic, i.e. the use of pesticides. And I'm referring to the pesticide package, which is to be transposed to national legislation. To date, unfortunately, Luxembourg has failed to transpose this legislation. We have a formal opposition on some points on the part of our health committee, but my direct point is that the use of pesticides is obviously a problem for farming, for land protection, for the protection of water resources, and obviously I know that there is a lively debate on the transposition of this pesticides package. Traditional farmers are against transposition. On the other hand, environmental organizations, on the other hand, are in the opposite camp, and we're therefore caught between a rock and a hard place, as it were. My question is whether Italy has already transposed the pesticide package, and I would also like to ask whether we could consider how to bridge the gap between traditional farmers and those who represent environmental concerns. We know that pesticides can damage our natural environment considerably. I very much hope that my country can deliver, and hopefully it will be able to explain to traditional farmers that they should try and reduce the pesticides that are currently being employed. Ireland, Mr. Andrew Doyle has the floor.
Good afternoon, Chairman, and thank you. I think the theme of today's this morning's session is appropriate, given the fact that we have a new CAP period, which is redirecting agriculture towards environmentally sustainable food production. So I believe it's an opportune time to look at what measures at EU level are the most important. So I've identified 4 which I believe are critical, and my question is to the panel, in particular Minister Martinez, the current Chairman and ongoing member of the Council of Ministers, and Chairman Sikorsky, what measures we can take. The first one is, I think it's come across as a theme. I believe we need an EU and national drive to get more young people in the agri-sector, including farming, but also research, education, training and the advisory areas, because one won't work without the other. I think we need a common approach to equity in the food chain. It's a subject that has come up repeatedly here by way of producer organisations and supporting them at national and EU level. I believe that the environment and sustainable food production, we need a common method of carbon counting, international standards, because, as has been mentioned by others, there's not much point in one country or the EU concentrating on it when others simply ignore it. And we need an EU-wide quality trade, quality system or mark. And just on the other point that was made about Commissioner-designate Hogan, he's a former colleague of mine. I can reassure the members here that he understands the agriculture sector, and the comments he made during his interview with the committee, that it is not worth sacrificing at the altar of an agreement all that is traditional and all the quality that the EU farming and agriculture has achieved, just for the sake of an agreement, that he holds that dearly. And in conclusion, could I just congratulate the Italian presidency. I do believe it's appropriate to link agriculture and SMEs in the one discussion session, because in many ways farmers are the SMEs, or SMEs are the farmers of business, small family farm of business. So thank you again, and thank you for your hospitality.
Grazie.
Thank you. Malta. Vincent Gallia.
Grazie, Signor Presidente.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Country Malta, which may be considered to have an agricultural activity which is really small compared to European agriculture, and the more so when compared to world agriculture. However, from what we heard this morning, by practically all those who have addressed us so far, Maltese agriculture must face the same hurdles that are faced by agriculture in other countries. In particular, I refer to the address which you have yourself, Mr. President, delivered. The number of people engaged in Maltese farming has decreased dramatically over the past few decades. The younger generation has also distanced itself from the farming activity, even those who are coming from farming communities themselves, because very often younger generation is asking and looking for a better overall quality of life, especially when it comes to working conditions and the times employed on the farms. In our case, the reality of the 65-year-olds old and over is also the same as is around the European countries, and this, of course, it looks like a European phenomenon. With this in mind, I would like to ask a number of questions. How many of us realize that all products that we consume are, in reality, the result of the hard work of the farmers? How many of us appreciate that had it not been for our farmers, we would not have had enough food, and that our environment would be much less attractive? President Formigoni mentioned that food production would have to double in the coming few years in order to feed our peoples. However, I would like to pose the question which has already been posed and ask, what are we really doing not to waste the food which is grown or already produced? Here, I finally refer to the address by Minister Martina. He put forward the question regarding correct information, I would say, to the general public. To which extent do we think we are really succeeded in this aspect? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And lastly, Italy, Mr. Bartolomeo Amidei. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to all of our colleagues. I say this as an Italian and as a member of Parliament and also as somebody who works in agriculture. Briefly, I would like to stress two aspects that are of special importance. Firstly, we welcome the effort to support organic farming initiatives. We have 2 million people working in this field in Italy. We also have, however, traditional or conventional agriculture, and there is a huge problem for traditional farmers that I would like to mention in this venue: traceability, regulation, product safety, and above all, counterfeiting of products. At times, imports are not adequately monitored. In addition to this, we know that there are examples of products that are imported, but they were not produced following the same principles, the same rules and regulations that apply to us in Europe. So my appeal is that no effort be spared to monitor these products, because this is important in the name of competitiveness, quality, and food safety. So as an Italian, I'd like to obviously propose that we protect made in Italy products, so no to different rules, but obviously this applies to any country, because all countries have unique products and productions that have to be protected and safeguarded. Thank you very much, colleagues. This brings us to the end of our first session. Allow me to thank all of those who have spoken. I think that we have addressed a number of very important topics, even though the time available has been brief. If I may, I think there are six key points that have been highlighted by the various speakers that our rapporteurs might like to comment on. Mention has been made of the need to identify effective instruments to address the challenges stemming from the current crises affecting our countries. Another topic that has been mentioned is that of traceability and labelling as a form of guarantee for producers and consumers alike. Others have mentioned the importance of supporting young people in their interest in agriculture. Then simplification is another issue. The new Common Agricultural Policy must be simpler than it has been to date. Another topic is that of protecting agri-food excellence internally and externally. And then various speakers have mentioned the topic of food waste and how this can be avoided. And of course, this is something of great importance to us because indeed this is going to be one of the pivotal themes of the Milan Expo. I would like to ask the keynote speakers to respond. They will have 6 minutes each so that we can stick to our timetable. Over to Minister Martina.
Anch'io voglio ringraziare di cuore.
Yes, I also would like to wish you all wholeheartedly for your contributions to the debate and for the numerous issues which have been raised. I will follow the indications provided by the chairman. I, in fact, tried to cover some of these matters in my introductory remarks, and I won't go back to those. Instead, I think I should focus on other areas that I didn't mention earlier. Now, with regard to the organic farming and products, this is a good opportunity to stress that the Italian presidency is working on a profound change in the regulation proposed by the Commission hitherto. We think that the proposal needs to be more balanced, and we are working on a draft of the text, and we are trying to deal with two of the crucial points that were mentioned in the debate: the exemptions for seeds and overcoming the prohibition on mixed concerns. Now, on November 3rd, we will begin to move on. We will present and discuss the first 19 articles, and there is a cover note which will help to get some of the novel elements through. And there was a question on taking out organic farming from the regulation on controls. We raised that issue, and unfortunately, there is not a unanimous position on this yet. I wanted to say that on organic farming. On the issue of the Russian embargo, I myself mentioned that some of the crisis measures cannot really help. It is important to revise these crisis management instruments because the reaction time is not right, especially for farm businesses. And I would add another topic that hasn't yet been mentioned, but which I need to point out, and that is that the Commission's decision to cut more than 400 million euros out of the European farming system is a very serious one. And 15 days ago, the Commission adopted the budgetary revision letter, and this shows how critical this is for all of European farming. We've always said that European farmers cannot have to pay twice for the Russian crisis, once because it impacts the enterprises, the businesses, because of trade embargoes, and the second time because they cut the CAP budget and they have to recoup those funds for other sectors. This is a major issue that has to be kept open, especially for the new Commission. In the European Parliament, we can discuss this, and of course, the national parliaments and committees can encourage this debate. We want to avoid this outcome, and I think that this is a huge common effort that we have to make. During the Italian presidency of the EU Council, well, on the 10th of November in particular, during the Council meeting, we'll go back to that issue. We know that ECOFIN has direct competence here, but it is also clear that the Council has to be able to debate the matter. because what has been done up to now is not sufficient. I hope I have one more minute. I just wanted to mention some of the issues raised. In fact, the TTIP matter, very sensitive one. And as the chairman said, let me go back to the statement made by Mr. Phil Hogan, the commissioner designate, in his initial statements. I also think that we need to keep focusing on quality. Of course, this is a very proactive debate that is ongoing with the U.S., but quality is essential for us. Another issue raised is the dairy sector. We must deal with this matter. This sector is in trouble. In March 2015, the issue of the end of the quotas, well, that's a chapter that has yet to be written. We still have to see how that is going to unfold. So we should ask the new commissioner to think about how we can have a European milk or dairy program that will indeed enable the industry to phase out of the quota system, and that has not been done yet. We can do this with the European Parliament, with the different groups, with a positive discussion. I think that altogether we can try to come up with a useful instrument. And what about food waste? That's another important issue. And the chairman, Mr. Formigoni, reminded us of the importance of that issue. I think that Expo 2015 in Milan, in Europe, all over, I think that will be a wonderful opportunity for us to devise a concrete and useful tool, because this is a huge international and European contradiction. The daily wasting of food when there are so many unmet needs in the world. This is an important issue, even in connection with the debate that will be held by the United Nations in the autumn-winter of 2015 in New York. They'll be talking about the new Millennium Goals, and I think that with Expo 2015, we're working with the FAO, the UN food agencies that are based here in Rome. Clearly, those are important issues, and all together we'll debate those in just a few days in November during the food conference organized by FAO here in Rome. Thank you. Thank you to the minister, and I give the floor now to President Siekierski.
Proszę Państwa, wiele problemów, które musimy uwzględnić.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to consider a number of different issues, and this is the result of the fact that in Europe we have different farming systems. We have the north and the south systems, and we have the size of enterprises. So we know that there are different support mechanisms that are needed within the very same CAP. European agriculture has to be tackled bearing these differences in mind. So on the different issues that have been raised, I would say this. We seem to be forgetting something that arises in times of crisis. Most food should be produced with the raw materials available in a certain geographical area, because our bodies are accustomed to that. Another issue has to do with global challenges. Our agriculture is industry-based. It is a large-scale agriculture. So we have costs and these production scales which result in the fact that European agriculture cannot be as competitive as other agricultural systems. Clearly, we cannot destroy ours But we mustn't forsake these important issues to have benefits in other sectors. These are the national policies that we need to devise, and European policies as well. In other words, we need to focus on the interest of European agriculture as well as on European consumers. Another matter is relations. I believe that in Spain, the agricultural support system is a good model. I think that small farming concerns should be supported. We must also boost development for the larger businesses. On the issue of the embargo, the minister covered that. In any case, I think that we need stability. We need stable baseline conditions for the embargo. We know that for the dairy sector in the Baltic states and in Finland, the embargo is a very important issue, and we've got the problem in Poland. But it is Europe-wide, I would say, because the embargo also impacts the situation in European countries because of the common market. Of course, this is one of the great values of the European Union. I think we'll have a chance later to discuss some of the matters relevant to the response given by our societies on these agricultural issues. It is thanks to the CAP that our food products are less expensive. It is thanks to these policies. The milk quota issue is one of the most difficult. It is a pity, a shame, because the PAC solutions do not take this problem sufficiently into account. We all want to phase out the quota system, but of course it is just that, a phase out. It cannot be done overnight. Agriculture depends on climate, and on climate conditions and the use of technologies. This area, this sector of agriculture needs to be supported. Because of this, and even when we have a free market economy, we should be bold enough to take action. The final issue, effectiveness. We have to deal with these matters in the committees. We are working on them. The minister spoke about the new approach for organic farming, but we've also got to define organic farming accurately. It's not the same thing as environmental or ecological farming. That's my point. So I wish to thank the Italian Parliament, the minister. I wanted to underscore that your role will not end here. The challenges of Expo 2015, the role of Expo 2015 is a huge global challenge and role, and you're going to have to pursue this debate, and I'm sure that this is precisely what you will do in the upcoming months. I am confident that the Latvian presidency, the subsequent presidency, will do likewise. In any case, we must all make a huge effort for Expo 2015 because we want to have a new outlook, a new food-related outlook. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Now over to Mr. Rousseau.
Merci.
Thank you. A number of points have been raised. And I would like to say to Mr. Siekierski that organic farming is eco-friendly, and we mustn't forget that. With regard to all of the topics that have been mentioned, market crisis, labelling, traceability, youth employment, avoiding waste, the issue of surpluses. The important thing is that we can strengthen the solidarity amongst us. There have been instances of small countries which would like their organic farming to be considered as an important element, especially with regard to supplying the local community. We know that there are considerable areas that can be improved, and this is something that mustn't be forgotten. This is the primary need that many of our organic farmers and growers wish to pursue. And then, of course, we have to remember that the productivity margins are huge, and this is going to stimulate innovation. We know that SMEs will be able to deliver in this connection, and we must also be able to export our typical products. We each, as countries go, have our own typical products, and therefore this is an aspect that has to be the focus of our initiatives when we begin to develop an economic value chain involving those involved in first step processing, second step processing and distribution that are close to us. They are in our region normally, they are in our country, they are in our neighboring areas, and if we do this, we can establish an adequate value chain and contribute to building this economic value chain involving all the key players. And this is also an opportunity, I think, to create employment. We know that there are many who are unemployed and they have to have recourse to cheap, low-quality food because they can't afford anything else. And generally, this food comes from foreign countries and from considerable distances. So I think that this global vision, this comprehensive approach, is a way of committing to the supporting new generations that require this consistency and this comprehensive approach, and in so doing we're confident that more young people will want to work in farming. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of our first working session, and we have now deserved a coffee break. Coffee will be served in the room near the exit, only 15 minutes, so please be back here at 11:55 in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Cari colleghi,
Dear colleagues, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin our second session. We will be discussing the internationalization of small and medium-sized enterprises. After my introductory remarks, we'll have three presentations with three very distinguished speakers. Carlo Calenda, the Deputy Minister of Economic Development of the Government of Italy. Paolo De Castro, member of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Parliament, and he was also the chairman of the committee in the previous legislature, and Marta Marti Carrera, chairperson of the Entrepreneurship and SMEs Committee of Business Europe. Before giving the floor over to the speakers, I wish to make a few remarks of my own on this topic. Our starting point is the value that SMEs have in the economies on our continent. Often, we try to measure a value in economic terms. The production fabric in many of our economies is primarily made up of SMEs. And we know that they play an important role when it comes to providing jobs in our countries. But we mustn't underestimate another important role of SMEs from a social standpoint, because it is a form of widespread entrepreneurship, and also in terms of the production vocations, as it were, that are often linked to the areas where they operate. Small and medium-sized enterprises, more than the larger ones, can truly be part of the social and cultural fabric of the areas they are in, and often they are an important heritage of knowledge and built-up competence and expertise. And we know from experience that SMEs are more flexible in adapting to change. And normally, there are fewer problems when it comes to sustainability and environmental impact. Traditionally, Europe has always focused on SMEs. And we saw this with an attenuation, a mitigation of the rules on state aid. We also know that with the crisis over the past few years, the SMEs have had to deal with worse, more difficult macroeconomic circumstances, and this has created many difficulties for them. There's been a decline in the domestic demand in Europe, and there's a speeding up when it comes to the competition of emerging economies. And we know that there is a credit crunch which creates problems, and this is why the SMEs are facing so many of these problems today. If Europe wants to show that it continues to be aware of this part of the economy, it is important to strengthen the policies that are put in place. We have to help the SMEs to uphold their market shares and to take on new market shares abroad. Over the years in Europe, the production systems have done their very best to try to keep up competitiveness, but we know that this has required reconversion processes. And in Europe, there's been a decline in the export quota, international export quota. Our quota in the past years has gone down from 50 to 35%. And for Germany, we know, of course, that Germany is the country that has had the best European performance of all. Well, their world quota has gone down as well. Over the years, in China, it's gone from 1% to 12% instead. There's been an increase. Now, how can we support the internationalization of SMEs? because we cannot only consider efforts made by the individual member states. In this very area, more than the others, the SMEs share common problems, and therefore the possible solutions need to be shared in order to put in place actions and responses that are in line with the challenge. To support and encourage businesses that want to go international means to support the more innovative parts of our production system, the ones where there can be progress made in connection with employment. So Europe, in agreement with its member states, must put in place a coherent set of measures that can support the internationalization of SMEs by providing financial support, disseminating knowledge, considering the opportunities offered by the individual markets, and by providing assistance through the diplomatic and consular network, including the European External Action Service, access to digital services, regulatory simplification for bureaucratic requirements, and we must continue to update the objectives that have been set over the years within the Small Business Act. After the presentations that are going to be delivered by our speakers, we will open up a debate. As we did earlier this morning, each delegate will have a certain number of minutes. This will depend on the number of speaker requests and on the fact that we need to make sure our speakers have enough time to reply. So those of you who wish to have a chance to speak are kindly required to submit your written request. You have a copy of these forms in your folder. I will now give the floor over to our first speaker, the Deputy Minister for Economic Development, Mr. Calenda, and then Mr. De Castro, and then Martí Carrera. You will each have 15 minutes for your remarks. The Deputy Minister has the floor. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chairman. Thank you so very much for having invited me to this debate. We are covering some essential issues for the future of Europe and our businesses. In this semester, I am chairing the European Trade Council, and I will try to walk you through what the SMEs have to do in connection with the union's trade policies. Let me begin with this. Undoubtedly, the first phase of globalization was punitive. It was a punishment for SMEs, at least for most of them, I would say. And this was determined in a survey carried out by the European Commission on a limited propensity to export of many European SMEs. The number of European businesses that are linked to what we call the global value chain for small enterprises is still limited. The number is still too small. So, in this initial phase of globalization, which ranges from the early 90s to, I would say, just a couple of years ago, what did we have? Well, there was an unbalanced opening up vis-à-vis the new international players, China in particular. Why do I say it was imbalanced? Because there were very low barriers in the European Union, and these countries had higher barriers. We allowed them to get higher barriers. Why? It's not because there was a political and trade nearsightedness, as we often hear, but because they wanted to create large production economies that would become consumption economies. And by becoming a consumption economies, they could support our economies, which at that point would have been able to sell their products. Now we are in the second phase, and the situation is indeed difficult for Europe in terms of growth. What are the features of the second phase? The first feature is that we have 800 million new consumers we will have between 2015 and 2030. And these consumers will want high-quality products. They're always keen on that. And often, quality doesn't come from the large multinationals because they standardize their production, but it comes from an obsessive focus on innovation in the assembly line, not the innovation coming from great research centers, but innovation whereby machine tools in Italy have become wonderful. We can innovate on the job. That's what I mean. Second feature. For a long period of time, many people thought that manufacturing had disappeared. The axiom was Western countries will have the services and the new emerging economies will be the manufacturers. We know now that that's not true, and it will no longer be true, in fact, for a very trivial reason, and that is that the production cost differential between developing economies and developed economies has gone down incredibly over the years. So there are important cases which show that there is reshoring. What does that mean? It means that we can bring back parts of the manufacturing plants within the borders of Europe. So these are the two distinctive features of this phase. The first, the new consumers, or the dividend of the investment that was made in the first phase of globalization. And the second feature is the role of the manufacturing industry. This is essential if we want Europe to be sustainable in terms of welfare and even in terms of how our society is structured and our culture, which is based on manufacturing also. Now, there is a significant problem out there. It's a central issue. The fact that the countries that are named BRICS, but there are more than just the BRICS, will take our goods, services, and investments. That is what is happening in a limited fashion. Consider the free trade agreements. You'll see that very few BRICS have participated in these free trade agreement negotiations. Why? Because there is a natural tendency to keep within one's borders the advantages coming from the growth of the middle class. For a long time, it was believed that this opening up to new markets should come from the WTO, the multilateral trading system, the so-called Doha Development Agenda. Only few people know, of course you all do, but our ordinary citizens don't know, that the WTO has never managed to complete a negotiating round according to the predetermined pattern or scheme, the Doha Development Round, for example. So this important task of rebalancing the relations in the second phase of globalization has no multilateral actor. What is the consequence of this? Objectively speaking, that today, for our products, there are barriers of all kinds. Not so much tariff barriers, many non-tariff barriers, many plant health-related barriers, and earlier we were speaking about this when we talked about agriculture. So what is the role of the European trade policy to make sure that this doesn't happen again? If we fail, protectionism, which already exists in the large BRICS countries, protectionism will become, and it already is becoming in many respects, one of the distinctive features of the opinion, of the public opinion in Europe. And One of the reasons why the financial crisis that is ongoing wasn't as severe as the crisis of 1929 was that it wasn't followed by a wave of protectionism as we had earlier. Protectionism and nationalism go hand in hand. Protectionism and nationalism engender geopolitical instability and wars. How can we avoid this? What is happening? A trade system based on 3 layers is looming on the horizon. One is the bilateral agreements negotiated by the larger countries, and their counterparts are in single markets or a group of markets. The TTIP, the free trade agreement between the United States and Europe, and the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, with the United States negotiating with 11 countries in the Pacific area. So this is the advance front of the outpost of globalization. This is the front that will bring together the countries that believe that with free trade, with open markets, with open investment policies, we will have prosperity, which needs to be more balanced. The second element is multi-sectoral agreements within the WTO. Well, the WTO members won't necessarily come to an agreement all the time, so they can identify a sector. That's what's happening with services right now. And they can reach an agreement among 10, 20 countries, the countries that wish to do so, on a specific sector. So they could be bilateral agreements, multi-sectoral agreements, as I said, and then the round, the so-called Doha round. In November, in Bali, for the first time, there was an agreement stipulated, which might seem minor, to be a minor affair. It was an agreement on trade facilitation. In other words, the harmonization, let me use that term, the harmonization of customs procedures. But this agreement is going to have a huge impact on SMEs because that's the first barrier for them, the customs procedures. So transparency, the identification of the authorized agents, and so on and so forth. Now the agreement is being questioned after having worked tirelessly to stipulate it, because you've got to realize that in the WTO, you've got to get countries like Cuba and the U.S. to agree, and clearly that's not easy. So after having reached that agreement, India decided to step back. This is a mortal risk for the WTO. It is lethal, because if they don't finalize the agreement, well, that will mean the end of pure multilateralism. So even this agreement could be ratified in a multilateral context. Now, this is our playing field, and we can't invent another playing field. We can't think that without multilateralism, we're going to have to wait for some sort of multilateralism to actually work, because our SMEs are the ones that will determine the success or failure of an internationalization policy. So these major trade agreements are essential, especially for SMEs. And also, I would like to say this on TTIP. It's often been presented as an agreement for multinationals. It's clearly the opposite. A large multinational today wants to come here to operate, and they can do it in any way they can. They've already done that. A large multinational, if they have double standards in terms of production in an automobile procurement mechanism, or if they have a different plant health standard when it comes to producing prosciutto ham, because it's a product that we're interested in, of course, they will circumvent that by relocating their production. An SME won't do that. So the truth of the matter is that TTIP is on the verge of failure for 2 reasons. One is linked to the U.S. priorities. The United States are focusing more on the TTP, the agreement with the Pacific area, and that's a lethal risk for us. Because unless we have a balanced TTIP agreement this coming year, we're going to have to negotiate with the United States, who will have had more growth, who will have lower cost energy, but who will have stipulated an agreement with 11 countries that represent just under 40% of world GDP. Well, if it's difficult for us today to negotiate, can you imagine how difficult it's going to be tomorrow? For all those reasons. One more thing on TTIP. There's a great deal of confusion over agricultural issues and plant health barriers. Today, agriculture is there's a duty peak up to 25% in Europe. So it is natural and legitimate for the Americans to want a lower duty. But the duty is one thing, and GMOs and chlorine in the chicken or hormones in beef are another matter. That has nothing to do with duties. It has to do with plant health rules. Now, it's been clarified in the mandate, and Italy asked for that to be published, by the way. It's been clarified that the principle of precaution, which has always governed European decisions, you know, that nothing can enter the market until they've shown in no unreasonable terms that it is healthy for Europeans. That principle is not being questioned in the treaty in no way whatsoever. So I want you to read the negotiating mandate to be aware of all this. Of course, we've got complex issues, other real complex issues with the United States. The investment clause, investment protection clause, this is a debate. It's there, it's real, and we've got to have a balanced position. But by all means, we've got to remove the false myths and the monsters and the chimera and the genetically modified chicken. We've got to get rid of all that because none of that is in the negotiation. We can't lose. We can't miss out on this opportunity. For our SMEs, the market of first choice will be the U.S. market because of its economic growth. We have an estimate on the additional market potential of the U.S. because of its economic growth. It's 10 billion euros more in export for our companies. We'll have 30 million this year. 10 billion is the total export that we have with Russia. So the 10 billion are all additional export of the small and medium-sized enterprises. So we cannot miss out on this opportunity from a financial standpoint, first and foremost. And secondly, we cannot miss out on the opportunity from a geopolitical standpoint. Because the BRICS will not open up their markets unless we can work with the U.S. in building up an area that brings together the ASEAN countries. We're negotiating with them as well, and we have to bring together the largest existing economies today with standard rules that prevail over all the others. I always say that there's a high dose of anti-Americanism in rejecting the TTIP, because I haven't heard any protest for the agreement with Vietnam that we're negotiating. And there are standard-related differences with Vietnam that are much greater than the ones that we have with the United States, you see. So we need leadership, the leadership of two leading countries with advanced standards who know what their role is right now that globalization is changing. We don't have that leadership today on either side, and that's very dangerous. Let me wrap up. It is not enough to say that we need open markets. It is not enough to say let's take down the non-tariff barriers. It is not enough to conquer larger free trade areas, even in other countries, for our SMEs. Today, if an SME wants to go international, there are two very difficult issues to be resolved. Number one, typically, when you choose a market, that market might be defining in terms of success or failure. In other words, if a business chooses Tunisia rather than Morocco and rather than Ukraine, that decision is going to weigh heavily, more so than with a large business. So today, we have to have a profound understanding of the options open to SMEs. The SMEs won't have that knowledge unless they are helped by governments, by embassies, by their representative offices of the European Union. And the second point is this: management. If businesses don't have a dedicated management director, they're not going to export anything. In fact, the Italian government has always tried and will try to support the temporary export management. They will hire managers for the internationalization starting phase, and then they will give them time to grow and get those people to stay in-house. This is an important way, not to resolve, but in any case, to improve youth unemployment, because a young person can be an export manager quite easily, I would think. So I think that more needs to be done in Europe than is currently done in this regard. And we've got to be very careful not to waste money to have turkey fairs all over the world. And we shouldn't be random in just choosing a country. Today, going international is very complex. The results can be encouraging indeed, but it is very difficult to make that decision, the initial decision. So I think that this is a turning point for globalization and even for our leadership capacity. After all, we are decision makers in one of the two larger Western political areas. There may be many defects in these areas, but in any case, we are talking about the highest environmental, social, and democratic standards, if I may say so myself. So we need to be aware of this more in Europe, in the United States. We've got to make sure the Americans realize that we can't accept sanctions against Russia, because that is one of our most difficult markets, without them opening up to the free trade agreement on the other side, you see, because we can't just have to bear the brunt and not have any alternatives. Now, when it comes to sanctions against Russia, of course, we have to consider democracy. We have to uphold democracy. So there it's acceptable. But what is unacceptable is for the Americans to say right now that TTIP is a priority, but we'll see after we've finalized our agreement with the Pacific, because if it's going to be a leadership exercise, then it has to be a joint exercise. It can't be individual. And this is why we have to be stronger. We shouldn't be so divided in Europe, and we have to be a lot more assertive when we go abroad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And now over to Paolo De Castro. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to acknowledge Mr. Adam Siekierski, Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Parliament. I would like to welcome all of my colleagues. Deputy Minister Calenda has quite rightly focused on the importance of these negotiations. I would like to start my short remarks by stressing the role that the European Parliament and the national parliaments can play. As a consequence of the Lisbon Treaty, there is no possibility for us to approve negotiations unless the European Parliament is in favour, because it has been attributed a veto right. Therefore, the legitimate concerns with regard to some negotiations, and I agree with many of the points made by Carlo Calenda. So many of the concerns that have been expressed in Brussels with regard to these international negotiations are legitimate, but we tend to forget this power of veto. Our committee in Brussels, we will be appointing standing rapporteurs whose role will be precisely that of looking at individual dossiers, the agri-food dossier and others, to ensure that there is an adequate debate at a committee level, and consequently this means being able to prepare for the debate and subsequent vote in Parliament, which will give the green light. We're in touch with the Congress for the TTIP, and we're in touch with other parliaments of those countries with which negotiations are ongoing, because it is very important for us to be fully aware of what is at stake. Obviously, we have to be aware that there are quality standards that have to be upheld, as was pointed out by previous speakers. Europe is proud of its standards in the food sector, in the animal welfare sector. We're proud of all the rules that we have introduced with regard to animal welfare in European legislation, but alongside these legitimate concerns, we must also be keenly aware of what is actually at stake. Now, in order to reiterate the importance of the topic we are discussing, allow me to quote a couple of figures. As others before me have said this morning, Europe is the world's leading exporter of agri-food products. In 2013, these accounted for 120 billion euros of exports. Europe has imported agri-food products totaling just over 100 billion euros. And this indicates the importance of this trade surplus. Europe every year wishes to enhance its record in this field. And we have been keenly reminded of the effects of the Russian embargo. We've heard how important Russia is as an export market for European products. And to give you a clear idea, the figure for 2013 is over 12 billion euros. That embargo, fortunately, is having a considerable impact on exports. I'm not just talking about direct exports to Russia, but this embargo is also having an impact on the price of food and agri-food products, which are dropping, starting with dairy products, which were mentioned this morning, and cheese. We know that Europe has traditionally exported to Russia these products. So Parliament will have to vote either for or against this negotiation, and we must be aware of this, but we must also be aware that our committee, the Trade Committee, must adequately assess the importance of these negotiations and the impact they can have on Europe's agri-food sector, in consideration of the need to look to foreign markets for further opportunities, given that most of the growth in the demand for agri-food products is actually non-European. We could also say that exporting is not just an opportunity. Exporting for Europe is becoming a need. There are many countries, Italy amongst them. There are many European countries which have seen a drop in consumption levels, not just on account of the crisis, which has led to a decrease in the consumption of food products, but there's also been a structural decrease due to an aging population. Consequently, our business enterprises must look towards emerging markets where there is a growing demand and where there are considerable opportunities for our SMEs operating in the agri-food sector in Europe. So we have to be careful in these negotiations to avoid any reduction in our quality and animal welfare standards, but we must be prepared to make the most of the opportunities that these negotiations offer. An example is the agreement with Canada that has just been finalized and being ratified, and this is a clear example, especially with regard to the many certified products, the PDO, PGI, TSG products, and the negotiation with Canada can be an extraordinary precedent, an extraordinary example of how one can achieve an even better level of guarantees and protection even outside the European Union. I would like to point out that within Europe, we have to ensure that we have adequate legislation in place to protect our products, and this happened with the quality package that was introduced and that for the first time introduced the ex officio provision that makes it compulsory for member states to remove from shelves those products that unlawfully use a protected brand or designation. So this is something we can do in Europe, but we can't do this in an extra-European setting because in that context the system is based on these negotiations with important global markets such as the Japanese and the American ones, and we therefore have to reach an agreement for the protection of our quality products that unfortunately are imitated, the so-called Italian-sounding products, as we term them in Italy, and this certainly means that our business enterprises can be penalized, can suffer. So these agreements can also address the problem of imitations that we see in non-European countries and to the detriment of our European products. And I would like to end by summarizing what is done by the European Union in support of SMEs in the international market. The promotion package for the agri-food sector was implemented precisely to support European SMEs, which will be starting with 60 million euros in 2015, all the way up to 200 million euros by 2020. This is a significant budget which has been earmarked to support the promotional commitment of European SMEs in the global market. With regard to the promotion package, we very much hope that in the future Europe will be able to do more, especially in terms of allocations, but the key priority is to avert the risk that was mentioned by Minister Martina with regard to the cuts that the Commission has been talking about, 450 million less for the agricultural sector in 2015 seems to be a small sum of money, but in fact the risk is that this could introduce a dangerous precedent, because for the first time this would be done in the absence of a reserve fund, which in the budget, which goes to say that in order to fund policies other than agricultural ones, the agricultural sector is penalized. It's as if it were funding other policies as a sort of cash dispenser. And this is why, together with other three colleagues who coordinate the most important political groups in the Committee on Agriculture in the European Parliament, wrote to President Juncker to complain about this measure, and we will continue to stand by this position of ours, because the idea of using the resources that have been earmarked for agriculture in support of other policies, given what is happening to the farmers at the moment, given the Russian embargo and the drop in prices of most crop product and food products, is something that is really unacceptable, and we hope that this will not be confirmed by Parliament. Thank you very much, and I am at your disposal should you have any questions. And lastly, Marta Martí Carrera, Chairperson of the Entrepreneurship and SME Committee of Business Europe.
Buongiorno. I would like to thank you very much for this invitation to make a contribution on the subject of SME internalization, which is very central in Business Europe thinking about bringing Europe back on the path to growth. As Carlo Calenda says, the challenge of the second phase of globalization. Before addressing this topic, let me briefly present Business Europe to you. Business Europe is the leading advocate for growth and competitiveness of at the European level, standing up for companies across the continent and campaigning on the issues that must influence their performance. As a recognized social partner, Business Europe speaks for all size enterprises in 34 European countries. In my case, I'm the president, the chair of the SME and Entrepreneurship Committee. I'm an entrepreneur as well, so I know very well the problems of SMEs in my country, in Spain. I come from Barcelona, then you know. Moving to the topic of this session, everybody can witness the globalization has brought a major shift to the economic environment of the European SMEs. First, the progressively disappearing barriers and borders are exposing all companies to new markets which have enormous potential, like the developing and emerging countries' markets. These markets will account for 60% of world GDP by 2030. Second, disappearing borders mean increased international competition, the key point. Consequently, SMEs that do not consider internalization are self-imposing a severe restriction on their potential for long-term survival. By the way, internalization should not be seen as meaning export or import. It also takes then form of investment abroad or technology cooperation with non-domestic partners. European SMEs are not performing badly or internalization, but that they could do much better. About 25% of all European-based SMEs are involved in exports to internal market or beyond. This shows that there remains a significant potential for increase. Let's keep in mind that Germany, for example, 57% of medium-sized industrial companies, counting between 50 and 250 employees, do export. EU SMEs that are internationally active outside Europe represents only the 13% of European SME population. So here again, there is a large scope for improvement. Developing an internationalization strategy is first of all the responsibility of each SME. But SME awareness and action on these issues can be strongly encouraged by public policy at national, regional, and EUL level. I would like to focus my contribution today on action needed at European level. I will first look at the well-established European policy areas used to promote SME internalization. I will then turn to some strategic issues which do not receive enough attention at European level. I will underline that the vital need that Europe fosters the development of strong transnational value chains in the interest of industrial SMEs. In the current European policy agenda, Business Europe attaches a high priority to the actions aimed at opening markets, which are essential to help SME internalization. As you know, there is still a lot to do achieving this single market. One matter that needs attention is the differing ways that European single market legislation is transposed at national level. In order for the European single market to function smoothly, similar rules for the market are required in the European member states. These rules are decided jointly at European level, but barriers for business to trade in the single market might arise if governments choose to implement jointly adopted rules in a way that raises costs for enterprises, altogether with the same goals, it's much better. European directives may give governments room to exceed the minimum level that is required to implement European directives correctly. When national implementation of European legislation exceeds the minimum level that a legal act requires, one talks about gold plating. While authorized under European law decisions by member states to gold plate, European legislation can lead to fractured single market and generate incentives for SMEs to internalize. While acknowledging member states' established discretion in terms of implementation of certain European directives, Business Europe believes that when gold plating impacts negatively on enterprise and growth, it should, in principle, be avoided. As a minimum, as competent authority should explain why there is a perceived necessary to gold plate, even at the price of complicating trade and investment in the euro. A mandatory explanation should be given to the European Commission in that case. I would like now to underline the enormous importance of TIP, the famous TIP. The TIP could bring benefits to the entire transatlantic society in terms of economic growth and creation of jobs. For the European, independent studies point out to an additional GDP growth of 0.5%, translating into 102 billion euros annually, and 1,300,000 additional jobs in the EU. SME will have the most to gain from TIP. Today, transaction costs for SMEs which want to trade across the Atlantic are prohibitively large. Tariffs are one element, but especially the difference in technical specifications, standards, and conformity assessment procedures leave SMEs with an onerous administrative burdens which discourage them for engaging in transatlantic trade. Business Europe therefore calls on politicians, business leaders, trade unions, consumer and civil society organizations to work toward developing an ambitious agreement. The EU also promotes SME internalization through financing or running dedicated support organizations. As examples of these organizations or mechanisms I can mention, for example, the Enterprise Europe Network, which helps European SMEs to connect with partners outside the domestic market, the European Business Centers, financed by the European Asia, the training programs and missions organized for approaching the Japanese market. The visibility and appreciation of these actions is increasing, but as always the case with a wide portfolio of instruments, there is a need to regularly assess and optimize them with a view of ensuring relevance and cost effectiveness. As an example of good practice, it's worth noting that under the Enterprise Europe network, service provides that apply for Commission funds have now to demonstrate that their service offer will be complementary to those already available at national or regional level and not duplicate with them. But the cost effectiveness considerations should also apply at the higher macroeconomic level. The EU countries work with more than 1,200 public and private services supporting the internalization of European SMEs. On paper, this represents a huge toolbox at the disposal of SMEs, but in fact, this toolbox is not optimized to enable European SMEs to exploit the full business potential of non-European countries. There are gaps in the service offer and missed opportunities for synergy between players. That's why Business Europe supported the proposal made by Barroso and Second Commission to bring European dimension to the supply of services for SMEs in a number of priority third markets. One should, however, not try to develop this European dimension in everything, taking an idealistic starting point and forgetting that the treaties themselves give broad competence to member states for trade promotion. This competition between member states is a fact, and it will probably remain the only realistic and efficient model for a number of support functions. But all the support functions do not show the same degree of sensitiveness vis-à-vis European cooperation. There should be possibilities to share basic information on the market, a legal, tax, and administrative environment, for example. A free of charge sharing system could perhaps be organized with the support of the Commission. By contrast, more specialist information could be provided against payment. My final point is about the mega trends which drive the development of industrial globally. Robust strategies for SME internalization can only build if these trends are well understood. The huge global markets linked to life science, transport infrastructure, and environmental technologies will increasingly be served by a strong global value chain. These value chains are led by large global front runners, which have an important career function because they offer platforms for other firms to integrate in the chain. As a result, domestically oriented SMEs and service providers also have the chance to tailor their products to suit world demand and benefit from global growth. SMEs can also significantly enhance their innovation capacity by cooperating along the value chain. Today, the average European country has more than 50% of exports integrated in the transnational value chain. But looking at the European as one economy, only 30% of these exports are part of global value chain. This shows that Europe doesn't make optimal use of the value chain instrument for penetrating foreign markets. The current debate on designing a modern European industrial policy should result in a much more business and innovation-friendly framework, enabling more large European-based companies to act as front-runners. This economic framework should also enable ever more SMEs to reach a sufficient level of efficiency and technological readiness to be attractive to join forces with the front-runners. Enable front-runners and SMEs to work together for tackling the upcoming global changes is not only key for promoting SME internalization. In fact, it's also a basic condition for stopping the decline of European industry. Déjeme acabar en mi idioma, en español.
I would now like to say something in my own language, in Spanish, and let me just recall for all of you something that Carlo Calenda said. We agree on the fact that there are some keywords in the second phase of globalization. One of them is to rebalance the situation. The real circumstances on the ground. SMEs are always at a bit of a disadvantage compared to multinationals. They're always a bit behind, but they are nonetheless fundamental because from a metaphorical standpoint, they are like small vessels. They're not huge ocean liners, so they can move quickly. They're flexible. They're powerful. Their engines are powerful. So these are the features, the quality features of SMEs, and we need to seize these opportunities in order to make Europe competitive. In Europe, we have so many SMEs that are that have these features. So I think that we can join forces this way. And ocean liners can't do the same. We can pool these qualities to make Europe competitive. Otherwise, we're going to lag farther behind. So we've got to uphold these qualities, but we've got to join our forces, pool our forces to make sure that we keep moving. Thank you.
Bene, ringrazio anche la signora Marticarrera per l'intervento. Abbiamo avuto quindi 3 relazioni.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We've had our 3 speakers, and I have 7 requests for the floor now for our debate. I imagine that others might join in shortly. I could possibly give you 3 minutes each then for your remarks, and then I would ask our speakers to wrap up with 5 minutes. Let me just make 2 remarks. One is this. You should focus in your remarks on national internationalization policies for SMEs, because we want to acknowledge best practices here as well. And secondly, Mrs. Marticarrera spoke about gold plating in her remarks. In the Italian law, we have a provision that was recently introduced where this is prohibited. So in Italy, the constraints for the beneficiaries that are not envisaged in European law become null, are voided. And this is a way to take into account some of the issues that were mentioned earlier. I would give the floor first to our colleague from the Turkish Parliament, Yunus Kilic. You have the floor, and I welcome you also to the Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. President and dear colleagues. I want to say a few words on SMEs status in Turkey. SMEs constitute 99% of total number of enterprises in Turkish economy. They create 18% of total employment in Turkey. In this regard, we closely follow EU ACE policies on SMEs and signed Maribor Declaration 2002 for European Charter for Small Enterprises. Since then, we are implementing similar SME policies with the UE. In line with EU's enterprise industrial policy requirements, we have published several strategy papers such as Turkish Industrial Strategy Document, SME Strategy and Action Plan, and several other sectoral strategies on case sector of Turkish economy, such as machinery, automotive, textile, and industry. We are happy to say that
This chapter has a like level of alignment with EU ECOWAS thanks to common priorities we share on SMEs and industry with the EUA. In addition, I would like to have a few words on organic farming. In Turkey, in last 10 years, organic farming area and products have given 10 times, and this trend continues. To conclude, I invite EU and you to buy Turkish organic products and to give more support our industry, because Turkey is a candidate country which I believe has the very right to seek your support. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Franjo Lucic, who is the chairperson of the Agriculture Committee of the Croatian Parliament. The floor is yours.
Hvala lijepo.
Thank you very much. In the light of connecting agriculture and small and medium-sized enterprises, but also in issues whether the system of labeling, quality labeling, should be expanded to non-agricultural products as well, I would like to remind you on the long duration of the procedure of protection. We believe that the procedure of protection is required to be additionally simplified and that the duration of the procedure should be shortened. And in order to motivate, so that more producers would be motivated to join the quality schemes, taking into account the depopulation of rural areas, the extinction of the countryside, the need for the preservation of biodiversity, and only 7% of farmers in the European Union under the age of 35, we believe that the simplification of the protection procedure would boost rural development and have a positive impact on the preservation of the tradition and identity of individual regions. I can substantiate this with the fact that in the Republic of Croatia, it is exactly the young farmers who apply for the quality schemes through protected designation of origin. Many of them are registered as small and medium-sized enterprises engaged in production and processing in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Bene, grazie.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to Adam Rogacki, who is a member of the Economic Committee of the Polish Parliament.
Panie Przewodniczący, Panie, Panowie, bardzo dziękuję za...
Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you very much indeed for today's meeting, during which we are discussing so many important issues, in particular SMEs. In our countries and all over Europe, we are fully aware of their important role, especially during times of crisis. Mrs. Carrera compared SMEs to vessels, to ships. Well, it's easier to maneuver a small car than a large one when the road isn't very slippery. The minister spoke about the United States extensively in his remarks, so I would like to refer to that. First, we have to think about the competitiveness of our businesses, and this is how I think we should view our actions in this perspective. The European Union makes this competitiveness more difficult. We've got to be aware that by increasing energy prices, there will ultimately be an increase in production costs and therefore a decline in competitiveness. Since 2005, in the U.S., they've been using shale gas, which is a lot cheaper. They have advantages now compared to EU countries. 50, 70%. That's the difference. So we've got to think about this. We don't want to disrupt the operations of SMEs. How can we do that? And I'm speaking on the basis of my experience and the laws introduced in Poland on smoked meats. This regulation is somehow in contrast with the traditional processing methods. So we've got to consider the simplification and deregulation in certain sectors. We've heard about a decline in consumption rates. Of course, this depends also on how much money you have. In the U.S., consumption is increasing because lots of jobs that used to exist in other countries are now being held by Americans. I would now give the floor over to Monsieur François Brotte, who is the chairman of the Economic Affairs Committee of the Assemblée Nationale. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, speakers, dear colleagues. First of all, I wish to thank you for the quality of the exchange on the economics in Europe. Thank you for the invitation to come to Rome. Let me say something about protection of goods, which I don't think has been mentioned, of patents. We have SMEs. We know that they need to be competitive to be able to compete with large companies. Now, what about patent applications on behalf of SMEs? Are there a good number of them? Is that going to strengthen their international competitiveness? And my second question ties back to my first. When SMEs file for patents, that takes time, it's expensive, and we know that there are difficulties at times in seeking out markets. So this is my question in this regard. And my question to my colleague is, we mustn't forget that in some areas, energy is subsidized, and we are going to be losing out on huge market shares because of this. We will be losing our competitiveness. Thank you. And now I give the floor over to our colleague George Vlachos, who is the chair of the Production Activities and Trade Committee of the Greek Parliament.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, I would like to address an issue of key importance for Greece, but also for the other European Union member states. I am talking about the Russian boycott, an effect of European Union political decisions, which the farmers who suffer its impact neither incited nor have the possibility to change. Thus, the taking of measures in support of farmers and the field of agriculture in general by mobilizing every available resource is imperative. Sustainable solutions can be sought for primarily at the European Union level, always based on the solidarity principle. We have invested on agriculture's sustainability and on products exports, such as fruit and vegetables account for 30% of our agricultural production. Russia is a main destination of Greek export. Fruit and vegetables, mainly 65% of agricultural exports to Russia. The Russian boycott signals to loss of a market which has been captured through great efforts, whereas the quest of alternative destination is becoming very difficult, considering the current financial circumstances. Moreover, our trade partners enjoying substantial yields for their products in the European Union market need to realize that they should refrain from aggressive trade tactics, aiming and exploiting these circumstances and capturing European Union products' place in the Russian market, acting joined in a spirit of solidarity and mutual understanding, and always given the European Union's institutional will for undertaking any necessary initiative, we shall be able to overcome the crisis and secure European agriculture against similar threats. Thank you.
Grazie, Presidente.
And I now give the floor to my colleague Wolfgang Perkuber, who is the Deputy Chair of the Agriculture Committee in the National Council of Austria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, I want to thank you in the name of the Austrian delegation for this great hospitality. We could enjoy yesterday evening really the high quality of the Italian products, and it was a great evening. Thank you very much. Secondly, I want also to support politics for SMEs. Austria is really also doing well in that case. But why? And especially why? Because they are paying taxes. They pay the taxes that also state and public goods can be, let's say, served for our citizens in Europe. And that is really in difference with transnationals. We can discuss it maybe on the coffee break, or then also it is really a big issue that big companies, they don't pay any more taxes when you look on it. So second point, the free trade rules, are they really enough to bring new growth, new development in our economies? That is a big issue because for us it is a discussion also about social and ecological levels and standards. We discussed it in the last session also. The importation of products with lower standards, produced with lower standards, are really a problem for a lot of small enterprises in that sector. So I feel we need in the international trade, we need not only the free trade agreements, we need also social agreements, we need more ecological agreements. So we should focus also on that. Why? Why? Because the European citizens want not to lower the standards, not only in the agri-food sector, but also in, let's say, social sector, social aspects, public services, or environmental rules. So that is the big issue. And we in the Austrian Parliament, we don't agree with the ISDS mechanism, the investor-state dispute settlement. We don't agree that lawyers can decide what are really the correct rules. We have courts for that, we have the European Court, we have other institutions which are legal and at both sides of the Atlantic. So let's say at the end, what could be a very interesting perspective from the SMEs could be diversification, more research, innovation and education for young people. Employment is the main issue we should focus, and SMEs can solve a lot of problems in that way when we support them to produce sustainable and to produce really innovative and new products. And the biggest market we have is the European market. 10 times more is the trade between the countries we are here representing together is 10 times more than the trade with the United States. Thank you.
Very well. We have remarks by Carmelo Abela, our colleague from the the House of Representatives of Malta. We then have one more, and we'll give him the floor right after this one. Thank you, Chair. Thank you also for your invitation. Thank you for having organized today's meeting.
Small and medium-sized enterprises are the backbone of the European economy. I'm sure we all believe it is so, especially coming from a country, Malta, where over 95% are SMEs. But my question is this: are we doing enough, both at the national and also at the European level? I believe that we can do much more, especially to make life easier for these companies by reducing bureaucracy and costs. Our SMEs would like to broaden their activity, but the barriers they have to face in the Maltese context is also a physical one. Malta is an island state, so my question is, do the current rules and regulations make it easier for SMEs in my country and also other SMEs in remote areas in different countries? Another issue which I would like to bring to your attention is the issue of online shopping, which is also impacting certain SMEs in countries more than in others. The role of the World Trade Organization was also mentioned by Ministro Carlo Calenda, and I think that the role of the WTO needs to be revisited. We need to have a level playing field among countries, especially the economic blocs that are competing with each other: Europe, China, India, the US, and others. Then what is Europe doing in regard to developing countries, especially in the African continent, where we know that thousands of people from these countries try to come to Europe to seek better future for them and their families? So this is a complex issue which has a lot of implications, not only related with the economy. In conclusion, how can SMEs in different countries work together? And what can the EU do in this respect? If we really believe in SMEs, and we should, then we need to facilitate their work, thus helping economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to our colleague Pablo Matos Mascareño, who is chairman of the Committee on Industry of the Spanish Congreso de Diputados. Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to express my appreciation to all of the speakers today. We are keenly aware of the fact that the economic future of Europe requires that we do away with the obstacles that hinder the activities of SMEs that account for over 90% of our businesses in Europe. We know that many of our industries have done well thanks to a sound industrial system. So we all agree that we have to strengthen and enhance our industrial sectors. Spain has just done precisely that, 20% being the target. We know that the future of SMEs demands growing internationalization. We all agree that internationalization of our industry in general and SMEs in particular is all about competitiveness. And I would like to go back to our Polish colleague's remarks. He quite rightly pointed out that it's hard to be competitive with countries where the cost of energy is half that of Europe, and there are cost structures whereby energy costs, cost of funding and cost of labor are much higher. European countries during this crisis, in some cases, have had financial costs and energy costs that are half those of other countries, and this is detrimental to competition. We know that there are some energy policies that are not obviously implemented by industries, but by the various countries in place, and we therefore have to make sure that we all have a level playing field. Thank you very much for your remarks, and now I would like to hand over to Deputy Minister Kalenda, who will have 5 minutes, and the other speakers will follow. Thank you. Well, obviously, I will not be able to answer each question. What I can do, however, is talk about those topics that are within my specific mandate. I would like to start by the comment made by our Austrian colleague with regard to the role of SMEs in the presence of systemic disadvantages, as others have pointed out, like our Polish colleague, for instance, the cost of energy. What can trade do? Can trade solve these problems? The answer is no. The cost of energy, the structure of bureaucracy, and so on and so forth are all matters that depend on a system's domestic competitiveness. And this can lead us to claim that we can be successful in terms of the internationalization of SMEs if we do our homework and if we succeed in promoting these activities domestically. One colleague quite rightly raised the question of taxation from MNCs. We know that multinational companies are allowed to bypass tax systems in a number of countries and even in Europe. And we know that there are cases in the United States of multinational corporations that have been, in fact, taken to court because of this. We know that we need to have an arbitration system in place. In certain cases, this could be useful. Now, this clause that provides for this can be meaningful or meaningless. It all depends on what we intend to do. We have 1,400 such clauses in our bilateral agreements. So the problem of the ISDS clause seems to be a recent thing, but in fact it isn't. I would like to point out that 50% of all cases invoking the ISDS clause involves European companies. We have seen that this can be abused. It's happened in Germany, it happened in Australia, it happened in Egypt. And yet, we discovered this when this clause was used for the first time in our countries. When this clause was used in Egypt, with regard to minimum wages, nobody really objected. I can't even remember the nationality of the company involved. It was European. In any event, we have to avoid being hypocritical, as we at times are in Europe. We want to protect our investments because the investment agreement being negotiated with China in the absence of a clause that protects investors is going to be pointless, because in those countries in which the rule of law is, let's put it this way, complicated by the fact that there are many state-owned companies, in the absence of an adequate clause to protect investment, the agreement becomes meaningless. Obviously, we don't want such a clause, for instance, to be used to challenge a parliament decision with regard to health, public services, and so on and so forth, anything pertaining to public policies. And this is probably a good compromise. We need to have a clause of this kind if an investor is being discriminated against, because I'm sure you would all agree that it is unfair that an investor may be discriminated depending on nationality, and if there is an expropriation, and this has to be the subject of compensation. We saw this in the agreement with Canada. The clause in question was introduced following our request. Now that the agreement has been finalised, since we have 1,400 agreements with this bilateral clause, we have said it is objectionable. Now, to go to the Canadians and say, sorry, we made a mistake, the agreement we've just signed is to be rediscussed, means really saying that we've wasted 7 years of our time and that there can be no future for our trade negotiations. I will wrap up by saying that those mechanisms that can make SMEs more competitive depend on what is done at a European level. 70% of this is accounted for by what is done at a European level, but as far as the other aspects are concerned, we have to be pragmatic and not ideological, because we know that our world is becoming more integrated, because if we don't do this, there will be more disadvantages that will penalise our SMEs, not just in terms of cost of energy or bureaucracy. Thank you.
Presidente.
Chairman, I will just take 1 minute to respond, and also given the very insightful remarks by Deputy Minister Kalenda, governments will have to vote on these agreements, and I would like to remind you that as far as quality standards, animal welfare, and other aspects are concerned, we can be reassured by the fact that there is a veto power that the European Parliament can use. So if we fear that our standards might be jeopardized, obviously no negotiation will be approved by Parliament. I would like to therefore reassure you that however, there are considerable opportunities, because, of course, if time and time again we get bogged down in certain aspects, such as safeguards and so on, let's not forget that at times this is a concern of our own making. The Canadian example is a case in point. When we look at these standards, let us not forget that we have to vote on them. And as far as the United States are concerned, it is up to Congress to vote. So this is up to our parliaments, and we can therefore keep a watchful eye, but let's not hinder this process, which I think is a great opportunity for Europe in the agribusiness sector. Over to Ms. Marti Carrera.
Grazie. Cuando estamos hablando de las pymes,
well, if we talk about SMEs and the problems that they have to face, and we turn to our politicians, we have to be clear. What do we expect from them? Well, we obviously would like them to create an ecosystem in which seeds can bear fruit. SMEs, entrepreneurs are like seeds, very powerful seeds. But if these seeds are in a desert environment, they can never grow. So politicians, governments must facilitate the growth of these seeds. Now, what is the current state of play? Well, 99% of Europe is characterized by seeds that depend on SMEs. The problem is that our land is not sufficiently irrigated and it is not fertile. If we have the Small Business Act, a legal framework which theoretically facilitates the creation of this ecosystem, why is it that we cannot implement these standards in all member states? Why can't this be put into practice? This means that it could take just 1 month to open up a business activities, that access to investment would be available to all. I don't know if we realize that access to credit and financing is something that SMEs are often denied. They need to have different requisites in place so as to have access to credit and financing because sometimes they cannot put up collateral and they cannot comply with other provisions. We heard our Polish colleague talk about these vessels, these small motorboats, or these ocean liners, small cars or big cars. And we therefore must make sure that young people make the most of the digital economy. With the digital economy, it is possible to have access to everything. This makes for greater democracy. We do need more investment. We do need a more pragmatic approach. We have to deliver and not just talk about these things and leave it at that. What we must do is to not just focus on our differences, but on what we share so that we can make a common effort at this juncture, because if we go it alone, we cannot go very far. Together, we can conquer the world. So let us come together and agree on a common platform. If we do this together, we can really get very far. I apologize for this excessive passion. My Mediterranean passion has prevailed, but let's not forget that SMEs have extraordinary creativity, so do small entrepreneurs, and this is fundamental. What really matters in Europe is the willingness to create value and wealth and generate wealth. And those who can do this must be in the front line and have access to all available resources. We should make sure that we have the necessary legislation in place to achieve these objectives. This brings us to the end of our second session, and I would like to invite you to approach the front of the room for our family photo. After which we will take a lunch break. Lunch will be served where we had coffee, and the afternoon session will start at 3:15. The third session is on the subject of an industrial renaissance, and we have to take leave of Mr. Paolo De Castro and Ms. Marti Carrera. Thank you.
Buongiorno.
Good afternoon. Let us now begin session number 3 of our meeting. The title is The Industrial Renaissance and SMEs. How can the objective of 20% of GDP by 2020 be attained? Dear colleagues, Deputy Minister, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the third session of our meeting will focus on the topic that I've just announced. We will have opening remarks by the Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Antonio Tajani, after which we'll have the presentations by two distinguished speakers, the Deputy Minister for Economic Development, Mr. Claudio De Vincenti, and the Emeritus Director of the Research Center of Mediobanca, Fulvio Coltorti. After these presentations, we will have a debate, and on the basis of the number of people requesting to contribute to the debate, we'll determine how many minutes you each have, and of course we have to take into account the time necessary for the speakers to reply. I would now ask the colleagues who wish to contribute to the debate to take a few minutes to fill out the forms that are in your folders. Asking for the floor. As we've done with the sessions this morning, the speakers and those who take the floor during the debate are kindly requested to stand up when they speak. This is for technical reasons. Colleagues, dear speakers, kind guests, we will begin this session in order to discuss an important topic, industrial renaissance. The Renaissance, as we all remember, refers to the 16th century of European history. We've chosen this word for our seminar because we all know that we are facing the worst economic crisis since the end of the Second World War, and it can disrupt the very underpinnings of European integration, and therefore we need a common effort which can meet up to this challenge, and it's going to require all of society's contribution, not only the technical circles, as it were, of our economies. Now, we have to rediscover industry as the source for a prosperous and dignified future, not just as a residue of the 1900s. That's what we were accustomed to thinking 20 years ago. This is the message given by Commissioner Zvieta Venkowska for Industry and Trade in her recent hearing before the European Parliament. But this same horizon was also referred to by the outgoing European Commission in a report called For European Industrial Renaissance. And the rapporteur was Mr. Antonio Tajani, who is here today and who will be taking the floor in just a moment. And his predecessor, Monsieur Barnier, before him, shared this opinion. So this is the continuity that we should try to pursue. The industrial sector is the engine for Europe's real economy. It is a driving force even for the services industry. It is at the origin of more than 80% of exports and 80% of research and innovation carried out in the private sector. It is unthinkable to speak about growth without revitalizing the industrial sector and its competitiveness in global markets. The industrial sector will hopefully be able to contribute 20% to the GDP. Since 2012, we've been discussing this in the European Union, and Monsieur Juncker put this in his agenda that he presented to the European Parliament July 15th. But in Eurostat statistics, industry covers manufacturing and the mining industry. And I think, therefore, that it is better to say that we want manufacturing to increase from 15 to 20% of the, not so much of the GDP, but of the value added of Europe of 28, because this way we can stop the distortion whereby the import-export balance is always considered. We know that this is part of the GDP. Now, this is a very ambitious goal, and we can see this if we consider monetary data and not only percentages. And also, we have to consider employment levels. So we have to try to increase by 600 billion euros the value added of manufacturing compared to 2013. And we have to increase employment by many million jobs. Today, manufacturing activities give work to 32 million people. Now, we won't say that this huge leap through the industrial renaissance will have an employment spillover, which is perfectly proportional to this 10 million new jobs, in other words. But the numbers should, in any case, be significant. We're talking, in any case, in the millions. So this way we can change our society. This morning, Mr. Calenda said that to think of the West, and Europe is part of the West, that is only based on finance and services is deceiving, and therefore only industry would be in the hands of the emerging nations. Now, not everyone believes this, not even in the old continent. Each country has its reasons for not believing it. We each have our own societal models and economic models, and therefore we have to work together, find new solutions. We have to consider the European Council recommendations and the Council on Competitivity of September 20th. Now, we have to wonder what the role of SMEs might be in this context. Today, in this room, we are extolling the SMEs. This morning, President Epifani recalled the importance of SMEs in terms of the identity of local areas and the very democratic roots of our society. At the same time, we must acknowledge that the academic world, the financial world, in the past 20 years, their positions have not been consistent with ours. Small and backward, they said. The world will move on through M&A, mergers and acquisitions, maybe by incurring debt and maybe facilitated by tax legislation. Because on the one hand, we're supporting SMEs, but on the other, in some countries, they do not practice what they preach. So we have to win a cultural battle, firstly, on the positive role of SMEs. They are not the sons of a minor god, and we have to consider industrial clusters and poles. And we also have to consider the corrective measures that are needed and identify the best tools with which we can ensure Europe's industrial renaissance. Without this, we cannot have real growth, nor can we boost employment. A strong European industry requires, first and foremost, and I think we all agree, industrial policy governance throughout the community. And we need to integrate this policy with the other policies of the European Union. Industrial priorities have to be seen as a guideline for the government. And I am interested in hearing your views. We have different governance models that are possible to ensure effective coordination between supranational, national, regional, and local levels. We need to ponder together about the ways in which we can link industrial policy, which for a long time here in Europe was seen with suspicion, how to link that with competition policy. This is a historical moment. There is a technology development, financial globalization underway. As an example, but clearly this isn't the only one, let me refer to the history of European policies in telecommunications. This is one of the industries that has engaged in liberalization, not to the same extent as airline companies, but to a sufficient extent nonetheless. In the mid-90s, competition was to be among businesses that had vertical integration. They provided services on their own infrastructure, so that it was infrastructure competition at the time. But then we realized that that's not what was happening. So we steered off to a different direction, i.e. unbundling. And we had to study whether unbundling was going to change the proprietary structure of networks. And today, I can say that we are stammering through another kind of monopoly, which is the result of the extraordinary progress of technology and I mean here the over-the-top. We have Google, Facebook, and so on and so forth. And these are technologies, platforms that are much stronger and much more important than the old incumbents in the TLC industry. And we know that they still have to continue to invest heavily in the digitization process in our country, and the over-the-tops must be allowed to offer their services. Now, what does competitive policy mean? Is it American-style net neutrality, or is it something else? Earlier, we were speaking about the need for a cultural revision in terms of the size of enterprises, which ones are better. And I think that much has yet to be done in this context as well. We have to identify not only national interest, but even the interests of what I hope will become a great European nation compared to the other macro regions in the world. Improvement in energy efficiency, a reduction in energy costs on the one hand, and an easier access to credit and financial resources on the other are the other two factors that we have to consider in our analysis. They are linchpins for the revitalization of industry, manufacturing, and in particular, SMEs. On the first point, I think it would be very interesting to hear your contributions on the impact of European policies on energy and climate, on competitivity, on the competitiveness of European industry in particular. And we should refer to the new goals for CO2 emission reduction in Europe in connection with the different approaches that are being adopted in emerging countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and so on. How can we avoid, considering that our environmental goals are shared and ever more ambitious, how can we avoid a self-marginalization of Europe from the rest of the world? That would lead to a relocation of part of its industrial machinery, and at the same time, it would result in an increase in global pollution. Because clearly, those who leave Europe because of environmental constraints would produce in countries where those constraints do not exist and where, therefore, pollution would rise. Unfortunately for us, water and air have no boundaries. On the second point, we know that investments have gone down by 20% compared to better times before the crisis. Small and medium-sized businesses have been impacted significantly, and in many cases there has been a deterioration of their financial situation and their ability to access credit. This is an inescapable topic for us, and we shouldn't only consider it in terms of the advisability and reliability and guarantees that we can ask for with non-banking instruments, but we've got to consider that in Europe, the banking system will continue to be the financial lung, as it were, of the industrial system. I think that, and this is especially for the countries of the Eurozone, and hope you don't mind my saying this parenthetically, we should leave aside all biases, positive and negative, on the recent stress test performed by the European Central Bank on 130 banks in the system. So I was saying investment should focus on research and a more general innovation more than we've done in the past 20 years. Environmental challenges are asking us to do this. We need to develop manufacturing activities in Europe, but we need to protect our environment at the same time. So what is the best relationship between industry and research in tomorrow's Europe, with particular reference to the minor industries, the smaller ones, because on their own they cannot resolve these problems. Regaining competitiveness for the overall system is going to require its modernization. So we need some momentum here, and it might come from the 300 billion euro investment program announced by President Juncker. The assumption, and maybe Vice President Mr. Tajani will be able to clarify this for us, the assumption is that these investments should be additional on top of what has already been allocated in Europe. Now, I am not informed enough to be able to answer that in any certain terms. And the other drive should come from national MPs and European MPs. We should provide guidance in favor of modernization and innovation. We should guide our governments in the member states and in the union overall. Without industry, we will not have new employment, nor will we have prosperity. I'm now happy to give the floor over to the Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Tajani.
Grazie, signor Presidente, signori Presidenti delle Commissioni.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm pleased to see the participation of both EU member countries and candidate countries. Mr. Chairman, I fully agree with your remarks, and I hasten to add that your position is shared by most European citizens, and we saw this during the recent elections which took place last May. The message is that we need to reform Europe's economic policy, which should not just focus on addressing a deficit, and indeed we have to promote greater initiatives in the area of employment, job creation, especially given the fact that there are so many young people who are out of work. So the message of the new European Commission, I think, is appropriate, as was pointed out by Mr. Mucchetti. 300 billion is the amount that will be invested. This is a significant commitment indeed. We will have to see what Mr. Juncker and Mr. Katainen will have to add to this by December. 300 billion is both public and private money, and this will be on top of the 150 billion that the European Commission has already set aside as indicated in the paper on industrial renaissance, to promote industrial policies. I'm pleased to see here the chairman of the Agriculture Committees, because I think that agriculture is of key importance for the development of the real economy. We need to work together. We have to bring together our industrial and agricultural policy initiatives, because it is only if we focus on the real economy that we can put this crisis behind us. We have to obviously ensure that our accounts are in order, that we have a fertile breeding ground, but if we don't have initiatives to promote growth alongside this, we cannot succeed in this struggle. I'm confident that we can overcome these difficulties. We will see more tangible signs of success. And how can we attain this 20% target before 2020, i.e. The real economy is to generate 20% of the GDP by 2020. There are a number of important challenges that will have to be successfully tackled. As was pointed out by Mr. Mucchetti, access to credit is certainly one of the key issues, and I think that the European Central Bank in this critical phase has done a very good job indeed, and I'm pleased that Angela Merkel the other day acknowledged the importance and the positive role played by the president of the ECB. The European Central Bank has worked to support the real economy, and I know that not all agree, but I think that the ECB should be a bit more like the Federal Reserve. It should not just aim to guarantee stability, but it must also boost growth. Access to credit is certainly one of the key topics, and it is going to be necessary for us to foster this initiative through the banking union, which hopefully will be established soon as possible, of course. With Basel III, we have, thanks to the support given by the European Parliament, we have been able to reach an agreement with the SME supporting factor, and this means that we can assist SMEs so that up to 1.5 million euros loans to SMEs do not require that banks set aside the same kind of reserve fund that is normally needed when loans are issued to large companies over the 1.5 million euro threshold. And in the course of the last 2 years, the outgoing Commission has worked in support of the real economy. However, guaranteeing better access to credit is not sufficient. It is necessary to safeguard and protect smaller banks because they are the ones that are directly in touch with ordinary citizens, such as people's banks, cooperative credit institutions, the German Sparkasse, and we must ensure that these banks may continue to operate without additional burdens and with the possibility of being evaluated differently from the larger banks. For instance, when it comes to the contribution that they have to pay in for the bailout fund for banks. A small bank that will never benefit from that should be exempted in part. And then there's another issue, taxation. Today, we need different European tax policy. We need greater harmonization at in EU level. We must focus on growth and on the needs of businesses. We should strive to achieve tax union so that we can benefit competitiveness and in the same monetary area. We cannot accept that there are huge differentials in terms of tax wedge amounting to 35 points, which is true in the case of the difference between Italy and Germany. And then a mention was made of the price of energy. As Mr. Marchetti pointed out, it's hard for us to be competitive with American companies because the cost of energy is 3 times higher than that of the United States and fourfold that of China. Competition is impossible on these grounds. And if we do want to compete and attain that objective, we need to have a rather less naive trade policy. I'm neither a nationalist nor a protectionist, but I think that the rule of the level playing field should, in all circumstances, be respected. It's like playing an important football match. We can't have a game that involves 13 on one side and 9 on the other, as if this is what is happening when we, for instance, play a match in, say, Beijing. We must have an equal level playing field and equal resources on both sides. I think that when it comes to our debate with the United States, in order to finalize an agreement, which is essential for our economy, we must make sure that our negotiation is not going to damage our businesses. The TTIP is certainly beneficial, but it all depends on our ability to negotiate. The same goes for agreements with Japan and Canada. Our trade policies must be implemented, but in addition to trade diplomacy, we also need an industrial diplomacy. In order to avoid that increasing number of companies operate offshore, we have to facilitate internationalization. We have to make sure that our businesses can look further afar. Take Peru, 7%, Paraguay, which is growing, setting aside Brazil and other parts of the world. We must consider what can be done, for instance, by large companies. One is Belgian, one is Spanish, and the other one is Italian. We're talking about doubling the Panama Canal. This is the world's most important infrastructural project, and we see European businesses involved overseas, and dozens of other smaller companies are working on this important project, and this means developing infrastructures throughout Central America and Latin America. This goes to say that there are new opportunities. So this means that there can be important spin-offs back home when companies operate abroad. And I fully agree with Mr. Marchetti's remarks on competition. Competition is an asset which we must safeguard, but there must be some rules in place that have to be enforced as a consequence of circumstances. Our competition policy dates back to 1957, and the aim then was to enable different European countries to compete fairly. Now the geopolitical situation has changed. Russia was still in the making. China was very far away. Brazil was not a powerful competitor. Africa was very different from what it is now. So we need adequate rules to enable our businesses to be competitive at a global level. And I fully appreciate Mr. Muketi's invitation to address this matter. We need a competition policy that is in tune with the current times, and we need a competition policy at a European level, but we also need to ensure that we have some European champions, the French like this idea, capable of being competitive at a global level. This is in our interest. We're not in any way playing down the importance of competition. On the contrary, we are attempting to export globally the value of competition. Then, in addition to having a trade policy, we also must have a policy liable to safeguard raw materials. We have a serious problem with respect to the supply of raw materials. We have some difficulties at the moment when it comes to raw materials. Take the case of rare materials. The Chinese are very protectionist and the markets are almost blocked. The European Union has appealed to the WTO, and we, the United States and Japan, succeeded. But when it comes to having a modern, competitive industrial policy, we have to consider this. I agree with your remarks. We cannot hark back to the industrial policies that were in place in the 19th century or even in the late 1990s. We have to focus on climate change. We have to focus on enabling key technologies. We have to focus on the high-tech sector, aerospace, for instance, and many other sectors, such as tourism, for instance, which have to become increasingly industrialized. And I'm also referring to the agribusiness sector. We need a modern industry approach. And I also agree with the Chairman's remarks with regard to the fight against climate change. We have to continue to be pioneers in this, but we cannot expect our businesses to meet unreasonable targets because, as Mr. Muketi was saying, we're going to end up closing our factories, and we will also ultimately damage our commitment to fighting climate change. So this would be a double disadvantage. We have to also consider the ETS system. We have to understand that this is burdensome for our industries. Our market must be compatible with a sound and healthy industrial policy. We need a new strategy. We cannot change the treaty. We cannot impose an industrial policy from above. But since competition is global, we must attempt to coordinate our industrial policy. We cannot impose upon each country an industrial policy from the EU level, but we need to coordinate our industrial policy, and this is something that Parliament has indicated as being essential. The Council meeting in March did likewise, and this is fundamental. I'm confident that the incoming Commissioner for Internal Policy and Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship will do a great job. We know that it's important to focus on digitization, on research and innovation. Research must promote industrial policy. At the moment, research seems to be excessively inward-looking and does not attempt to promote industrial policy. With respect to key enabling technologies, all of the important results obtained by European researchers, all state-of-the-art technologies have been used by Chinese and Japanese industries that compete with European industries. And this is the result of political stupidity and nearsightedness. We have have to focus more on the innovation partnership, innovation, research. The Commission has promoted this initiative. Parliament has supported this work on raw materials and enabling technologies, and this is the right approach. But this debate must also be political, because in order to meet this target, we have to make sure that national parliaments are on board, because in the absence of support in favour of the message sent forth by the Commission, supported by the Council and Parliament, if parliaments, in other words, do not act in a coordinated fashion, it is going to be hard to attain that objective, which is essential in order to recover from this crisis. Then, of course, we have to support SMEs, but in closing, I don't think that an industrial policy can afford to ignore SMEs and focus exclusively on large industries. I think that in order to support the real economy, as we were saying earlier, with respect to agriculture, we have to take a comprehensive approach. Europe shouldn't only be about financial policies. The UK, for instance, has changed its approach and has focused increasingly on the need to foster its network of SMEs. So even a country such as the UK that had focused on finance has realized that you cannot succeed unless you have an adequate industrial policy and a network of businesses. In the 2014-2020 financial perspectives, there is a package, Cosmotin, which is focused on venture capital, on access to credit, and this is something that European companies ought to learn about. Businesses are a little bit wary of inviting a new partner, but that partner would bring in new, fresh money at zero cost. And that, I think, means that we have to make a step forward with respect to venture capital as well. So if in the coming months, if the European Commission, European Parliament and national parliaments succeed in addressing this issue, this means not just looking at our commitment to set our books in order. We're not in any way suggesting that we have to waste public money and then expect children to pay for our debts. Obviously, we have to make sure that we address the current deficit issues, but we have to also ensure that we have greater flexibility. We have to use the flexibility that is built into the system. It's not just about being a computer that reads a hard disk. We have to be a computer that can interpret adequately the reforms that individual member countries engage in. So we need to take the same approach that was taken in 2004 when Germany and France indicated the need to not comply with the ceiling set by the pact in exchange for reforms. A few million votes was the price that Chancellor Schröder had to pay for this, but since then Germany has become the engine of Europe, and that flexibility was the solution. Countries that have to solve their problems, starting with mine, must be able to obtain greater flexibility in exchange for reforms, which must not just be proposals or promises, but concrete reforms so that our countries can contribute to the growth of the European Union as a whole, because notwithstanding the difficulties, notwithstanding the more limited growth in the European Union, and notwithstanding the discontent expressed by our citizens, we can only succeed if we act as one, if we are united. We cannot compete with Russia, China, and the United States as individual countries, Germany, France, or Italy individually. We can succeed only if we are capable of working together and implementing an effective policy in support of SMEs and agriculture. Thank you very much for your attention.
Grazie.
Thank you to Mr. Tajani, and I would now give the floor over to the Deputy Ministry for Economic Development of the Italian government, Mr. Claudio De Vincenti. Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to all of you, chairpersons of the parliamentary committees, for being here in Rome for this meeting, which is very important for the Italian government because it is part of a common effort that we are all engaged in. Governments and parliaments all over Europe are working within a general framework of the European Union and the work of the Commission and European Parliament. This effort is needed to enable Europe to breathe again, to grow economically and from an employment standpoint, and to make Europe a beacon for European citizens, first of all. They need to see that Europe is able to give them hope in a future where everyone can plan his or her own life based on common growth and civilizational development. And it is also a beacon for the world, an important benchmark in Europe because it is highly advanced from a cultural, scientific, and economic standpoint. And this is an area which has to be a driving force, a leader for the entire world. Within this framework, industry is essential. Mr. Mucchetti and Vice President Tajani touched upon this. They both said that industry is the economic sector where most innovation lies, and this, of course, has spillovers on the economy overall. And the industry, therefore, is a hinge, an important dynamic hinge, as it were, for a linchpin for an advanced economy. And we're not only speaking of industry here. We need to have a new outlook for European industry. So this 20% goal of the European GDP provided by industry between now and 2020 is an objective which should be seen as a sign, as a guiding force. It isn't binding, but it is a guideline, in fact, a benchmark for European economic policy. But we're not only talking about industry again. As Mr. Tajani said just a moment ago, we're also speaking of agriculture. We know that agriculture and industry are a continuum of production, and we're also talking about services. Many activities that used to be carried out by the industry from within are now carried out by industries on the outside, service providers. They are closely linked to industry. When I say services, they're not necessarily linked to industrial activity, but they are important nonetheless, because industry and the ability of a country to grow need to be strengthened through services. For example, welfare services. They are so important, and economists say they are important in forming human capital. Maybe it would be better to say the human factor which is a key element for a civil and economic growth, societal and economic growth, in order to make an advanced economy competitive. This is what we need. And I'm thinking of the role played by the healthcare services, for example, or educational services, our schools, our educational establishments. So it is a productive complex overall, which has to help Europe bounce back industry, agriculture, and services. Now, the macroeconomic situation has to be considered on the one hand, and the need for industrial policy and structural actions. Now, from a macroeconomic standpoint, I won't say much because this will be dealt with from a different perspective. But what we need is for Europe to include in its macroeconomic policies the growth objective. It shouldn't only be done with words, but in the policies themselves. I think that we owe this to ourselves. We owe it to our youth and to the rest of the world. We are the area with the lowest growth rate in the world. We have stagnation. We are at a stalemate, and we are not fulfilling our responsibilities to the world. Together with the United States of America, North America, we are the most industrialized area of the world, the most advanced in economic terms, and yet we are not playing a role which is a driving force for the rest of the world. No, we are allowing others to lead, and I think that this is a change that is needed. In other words, Europe must again be a benchmark for the world economy. Let's now say something about the industrial policy, which is, I think, what we're most concerned about here. Vice President Tajani spoke a moment ago and emphasized very important matters for European business, i.e. access to credit and energy supplies, energy costs. Let me sum it up this way. All European businesses, for each of them, they have to be able to play their game, play their hand. And this is why we need a level playing field. In Europe, energy costs are highly diversified from one country to the next. So this is not a Europe where we have a level playing field for all businesses, so as to be able to compete equally. In Europe, we have diversified infrastructure, so that's not a level playing field either. And I can go on with many examples, but I'm confident that you can probably think of many more than I can tell. Let me say something now in connection with some progress that has instead been made by Europe in the past 20 years. Of course, I've said that this is not sufficient because the playing field is not yet completely level. So what I'm trying to say is that Europe has made progress with regard to competition policy and market access policies. For product markets, some progress has been made, product market and services market. I think this is an important part of the value added that Europe has given to all of our countries, the fact that we've all moved towards this single integrated market. Now, in the energy sector, we absolutely need to have a single market because a single energy market would mean equal prices all over Europe for all citizens and for all European businesses. But not only in the energy sector do we need a single market, we also need it in credit. That means that we could reduce different interest rates and therefore have a more equal credit access system in the different countries. This is where we still need to make progress. And as Vice President Tajani was saying, it isn't a question of opposing industrial policy to competition policy. But we have to be aware that, number one, competition policy has to be completed. Number two, competition policy must be measured against a context where in many sectors competition is not equal in Europe, but it is not equal at world level either. So from the point of view of competition policy, some decisions made by the European Commission on competition matters are confusing, are troubling, because some decisions were made in reference to the antitrust theory. It is a principle that is called the reference market, as if it were a European market. Instead, in many sectors, for example, the steel industry, the benchmark market is the world market. And some competition decisions neglected this. They neglected the importance of having European champions who can measure up to international competition. Does that mean that my time is up, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Mukitti, is this telling me that my time is up? No. Okay, I suppose I can continue. You still have a couple of minutes, yes. Then I really have to speed up. I apologize. So competition policy has to be completed, and it has to be set within a more global context. And industrial policies have to be placed within the framework of competitive markets. These policies have to be able to strengthen businesses in competition and in measuring up to this competitive market. I think it'll be very important in Europe to see the Juncker plan, as Mr. Tajani mentioned, to see if it has the necessary quantities and substance to provide an overall benchmark for European industry. And I'm referring here to enhancing our infrastructure in Europe, the trans-European infrastructure, and we also have to support national infrastructure. I'm also thinking, and now I'm referring to national policies, I'm thinking of how we can possibly encourage within Horizon 2020 the fundamental choices that European businesses will have to make in order to strengthen their competitiveness on international markets, beginning with strengthening, increasing investment in research and development and in industrial innovation. Let me point out that in Italy, we have important instruments for this purpose. The most recent budget bill envisages a tax credit for research and development. Italian businesses, therefore, are encouraged to increase their investment in R&D. And we also introduced in this bill a guarantee. This was already done in previous bills, a guarantee for investment funded by the European Investment Bank, and we want to make that more accessible. Innovation means Horizon 2020. This is where we need investment, and of course, in each country we have our specific needs, and I think that you'll all be dealing with this within your country. And I'm thinking also now of what is called in Italy the Sustainable Growth Fund. 700 million euros are in the fund for tenders, and businesses can place their bids for industrial innovation projects, and it is open to competition. And all the businesses that wish to introduce industrial innovation can participate through these tenders. There's so much that we still need to do. And in particular, and I'm very convinced, we have grand objectives in Horizon 2020, in the European Commission industrial policy. We have wonderful goals, but we need the tools which can turn them into real policies, concrete policies. And then, of course, each country has to do its share within Europe in order to enhance the competitiveness of European economies on the international scene. So we're talking about an industrial renaissance. We're talking about an industry which can meet the challenges of an advanced industry. For example, they have to internalize, as it were, environmental goals. The green economy is not a separate issue. It is part of industry. It has to become internal, therefore, to industry. So we're thinking of an industry that serves life sciences as well, and an industry that will add quality to our societies and to our Europe overall, for all of its citizens, and it has to give hope back to our youth. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie.
Thank you very much to Vice Minister Claudio De Vincenti. And now over to Professor Fulvio Coltorti. I too wish to thank the organisers for this invitation, and I'm going to focus on the specific topic of our session, sharing with you some data that we have collected at Mediobanca on manufacturing and on medium-sized manufacturing companies that we have termed enterprises or businesses that are in the stage of so-called fourth capitalism. Anyway, medium-sized enterprises is what I'm going to talk about. Now, if we think about this topic, the first thing that comes to mind is to think small. Here, we're rather ambitious, and this is warranted by the circumstances, because we have to be ambitious, and by this I mean that we have to work towards our recovery. If we think about Renaissance, well, historically we know that during our Renaissance there was a necessary precondition for this Renaissance to take place, and this was the wealth generated by maritime trade in the Mediterranean. Italy at the time was rich, and its Renaissance was made possible precisely by the availability of considerable resources. I have my slide presentation here. Here we are. And this chart shows us the share of manufacturing in a number of countries' GDP. And in my presentation, I will make reference to Italy and Germany, Italy being our host country, and Germany, which is considered as being the best in the area of manufacturing. Germany already has reached the 20% target. We're still working on it, and there are different situations in the various countries. But what I would like to point out is that the share of manufacturing in GDP only increases in the presence of recovery. During recession, manufacturing's share shrinks. And this, first and foremost, means that manufacturing is the main driver for growth. And so the aim of ensuring that manufacturing accounts for 20% of the GDP is very appropriate indeed, but it is also very challenging because this 20% figure can be attained in various ways with an infinite combination of variations in the overall GDP and in the share of manufacturing. So this means that every country can adjust its policies in order to develop its manufacturing sector, given the fact that different European countries have different manufacturing structures. Take Germany, for instance. Its manufacturing sector is characterized by large industries, whereas Italy's production is, for the most part, characterized by small industries. This having been said, we see that there is a comparison between Italy and its European competitors. Here we see Italy's position compared to others. We don't have absolute figures here because the official statistics of the various countries are not homogeneous because they are based on different criteria, even though there are attempts made to unify this data. The best approach is that of calculating countries' data relatively to the other countries. And this is the chart as far as Italy is concerned. As you can see, there's a sharp drop, which goes to say that between 2009 and 2013, Italy has dropped by 3.9 points over the others, which totals 38.5 billion in terms of value added. This means that we have a shortfall of 38.5 billion that we'll have to make up for in order to go back to the figure that we had in 2009. And this is a huge challenge indeed. Is this viable? Is this possible? Can this be attained? The answer is yes. And this depends, obviously, on the policies that each country will implement in support of its industrial system. Italy has scattered industrial system. Therefore, I think that Italy's best bet is to focus on the various local areas. Other countries can adopt different strategies. And this means that there will have to be different policies depending on the individual country's situation so as to achieve efficiency in our system. So what does competitiveness depend on? Competitiveness and the ability to meet these ambitious targets is dependent on the ability that industries have of being long-term players, and this is possible provided that the prices can give rise to sufficient profit margins. Here we have data for France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. And you can observe that there are significant differences, both in terms of productivity and cost of labor. As to productivity, we see that the German productivity figure is the highest because German focuses on quality products, which means that the prices are higher. This goes to say that costs are covered to a greater extent than elsewhere. The difference, the gap, tends to narrow, which goes to say that the average profit gross profit per worker in Italy is 11,000 euros, whereas in Spain, in fact, this is more or less the same. 31 for Italy, 11 for Spain. In France and Germany, in fact, the figures are lower. And this is the reason why Italian businesses faced with the challenges of recession, have been able to increase their exports significantly and have surplus trade balance. I would like to move on to this chart, which summarizes the kind of manufacturing that we have in Italy, which are the key players in the manufacturing sector in Italy. In other words, we have different colors here. Red represents the goods of the so-called fourth capitalism, the manufacturing sector that I referred to at the outset. By that, we mean medium-sized businesses and their supply chain, their network, let's say, and this accounts for the largest share of manufacturing and the trade surplus. And this, as you can see, is stable over time, which goes to say that a manufacturing system which is based not on small enterprises but medium-sized enterprises, which form a network system and have therefore a supply chain which also involves small-sized enterprises, can represent a significant advantage for those countries wishing to meet those targets that are the subject of our working session. Thank you.
Grazie, Professor Coltorti.
Thank you to Professor Coltorti. And now, I would like to give the floor to our colleagues who have asked to contribute to the debate. We can have 4 to 5 minutes each. The first is Mr. Zacharias Zaccario, Vice President, Deputy Chair of the Committee in Cyprus for Commerce and Industry.
In the context of an unprecedented financial crisis, Europe is far from reaching the 20% target of the industry share in Europe's GDP by 2020. Thus, it's more urgent than ever to find effective way to ambient economic recovery by generate growth and creating new jobs. The bail-in and the haircut of deposits in Cyprus led to the collapse of the banking system overnight, which generate lack of confidence and those answers of investment, jobs loss, and closing down of SMEs on a massive scale. The Cyprus government has taken concrete measures to restore confidence and financial stability, key in the terms for attracting investors. At present, the EU has the necessary financial tools at its disposal to boost economic recovery. I would like to highlight the need to ensure mobilizing better targeting and more effective use of available financial resources through regional funds, as well as complementary resources from Horizon 2020 and cause programs to assist SMEs. It is utmost importance to ensure synergy, coordination, and consistency between all available financial tools at the regional, national, and Europe level. The provision of loans by the European Investment Bank aiming to facilitate access of SMEs to financial resources and investment in the real economy is also of critical importance. National governments should take effective action to reduce administration burden by cutting red tape and improving the efficiency of public administration with regard to starting up a business. To this end, the Cyprus government has made a lot of programs with the adoption of the one-stop shop and the point of sale conduct. Thanks.
Grazie.
Thank you. And now I'll give the floor over to Mr. Frank Trek, Vice Deputy Chair of the Economic Committee of the Slovenian Parliament.
We know that the industry has strong multiplier effects on other sectors of the economy. €1 in additional demand in the industry generates about €0.5 and even a bit more in demand in other sectors. So in times of economic crisis, it became apparent that countries with strong industrial sector are more resilient, as they have recovered quickly after the first shock, as Mr. Coltroni discussed before. Thanks to the industry as well as the service sector, such as transport, Slovenia was able to turn its current account deficit into a significant surplus in last year. What does it mean? It shows that a country which guarantees a high level of social security to workers and the population can be competitive with its SMEs. But the main problem of Slovenian SMEs is, however, the reduced access to loans as a consequence of the banking crisis, characteristic of the medium-developed European countries. I guess most of us share the similar story. Therefore, it's of key importance that the European Commission, with the help of the European Investment Bank, starts the investments for growth. SMEs are a vital element of the economy in general and of industrial sector in particular, sure. But they can only function effectively in an environment in which larger size companies operate as well, generating enough revenues to finance research and development. Therefore, the European concept of smart specialization we are all talking about and the efforts for reindustrialization must also help large companies, especially industrial enterprises in the peripheral member states. After all, the fact that this year's Nobel Prize in Economy Science was awarded to Jean Tirole for his work studying the regulation of monopoly industries and microeconomies of large companies show us that it would be really unwise to bet everything on SMEs and the free market. This should be kept in mind when it comes to concluding free trade agreements. Finally, reindustrialization should not contradict the environmental commitments, and the European Union should also promote reindustrialization of those countries where the share and power of the industry witnessed a significant decrease during accession process. This includes all the former Yugoslav republics. A similar fate might also befall Ukraine and other countries of the Eastern Partnership. So, we should not repeat the mistake made during the introduction of the single European market. While in the relation with neighboring countries, their right to industrial development and prosperity should be placed before the requirements of the capital, even the European one. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. I now give the floor over to Mr. Axel Rance from Belgium, Chairman of the Committee on Economy and Labour of the Belgian Parliament. You have the floor.
Dear colleagues, I share your beliefs about the SMEs. Indeed, they are the key to guarantee our welfare and to survive the financial crisis. I am happy to hear that on the level of the present member states, there's a shifting focus from multinationals to SMEs. To support them, we have to think, and Mr. Kotori mentioned it, we have to think small. But we cannot only think small, we also have to act like that. So that's why the main focus of our policy should be focused to the further implementation of the Small Business Act and make it more effective. The 10 principles and actions are not fully implemented and successful yet. So the Small Business Act implementation should be continued and evaluated on the progress should be conducted in a systematic way. The guiding principle should be the coherent application of the real think small first principle, which is not a reality yet, nor on European, national or local level, and so far is not correctly interpreted. The real think small first principle means that the starting point for all legislation should be the smallest enterprises and add layers when necessary to take into consideration extra demands for bigger enterprises instead of making exemptions for SMEs. Applying this principle will reduce the need for exemptions for SMEs and will dramatically ease administrative burdens. The principle is extremely important, but the result is heavily depending on how it's interpreted in the regulatory or implementation situation. This principle is what SMEs are asking for in order to be free to work in a better environment with better regulation, less bureaucracy, effective public support, and full respect for their role. The European Council should launch at least an interinstitutional agreement to fully apply the main principles of the Small Business Act, in particular the Think Small First principle, making it fully applicable and legally binding in Europe. This will show to member states to anchor the Think Small First principles in their policy in full respect of subsidiarity and proportionality. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you to Mr. Rons. Now I will give the floor to Mr. François Brotte, who is the chairman of the Economic Affairs Committee of the French National Assembly. Thank you, Chairman. Minister, Chairman, I don't know how to put this, but when there is a confluence of views, and in fact we've heard from Mr. Tajani and others, we agree that competition has been organized in Europe, but from an ideological standpoint, and this has made our businesses weaker. There are strategic sectors that have been mentioned: energy, IT, and at times we forget the interests that are tied to the resources which are needed for their growth. I mean, we need fuel if we want our economies to grow. We've spoken about satellites, we've spoken about information technology, and we know that we depend on the United States in many respects. And what about infrastructure competition? We've got projects ongoing in all major cities and also in medium-sized cities, in rural areas, and there isn't always the same degree of development. And we know that there is a cost issue that ties in with the subject of competitiveness. So again, the professor gave us some statistics for 2009 and 2010, and without the large enterprises, we can't have SMEs, or we'll have fewer SMEs. The minister, Mr. De Vincenti, talked about a reference market, a benchmark. At times, it takes too long when there are mergers, for example. It takes too long to decide whether these are acceptable or not. So, you see, we at times are in the hands of others. We have to wait to see what others decide, and this is intolerable. So I think we agree on many of these issues. It isn't a question of having this 20% goal, but we need the necessary fuel. We need access to funding. We need infrastructure. We need technology. Without this, we can't expect much to get done. And today, we are waiting for doors to open so that we can access credit. It's also a question of increasing the own funds of companies. So I think that this is the kind of complements that we need in order to enable these approaches. Thank you for your contribution. And I now give the floor to Alexander Damjanovic, Chairman of the Finance and Budget Committee of the Montenegro Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Muchetti, and thanks to Italian Senate for very well organized conference and great hospitality, and of course thanks to panelists. And allow me to congratulate to my colleague Edward Chelsea, because Albania is a new country candidate and Mr. Chelsea the first time with us here. Maybe one or two very brief questions or comments regarding the SMEs. When we're talking about the common industrial policy and the access to finance, the industries, we always talk about monetary instruments and or some state aid rules, but let's talk about the fiscal instruments for SMEs or some fiscal incentives depending on the policy of employment or the policy of creating a new jobs. And what about idea about the different scale or different rates for some fiscal rate, and regarding some monopoly sectors as the energy, infrastructure, or telecommunication? I think that Mr. Peter Huber mentioned something about that. And of course, such fiscal revenues we have to use to purpose of contribution to SMEs. I think that globalization and measuring of multinational companies are the main threat to SMEs, and we have to find a balance. We have to find a way for the redistribution of the profits. And if I make some brief conclusions, more SMEs means more new jobs, and more SMEs truly does mean new jobs, but more large multinational companies doesn't mean more jobs, on the contrary. And of course, more industries means, and especially SMEs, means a very good way to respond on the economic crisis. And maybe second questions or second brief comments is about finance. EU banks simply prefer to finance the large multinational companies with lower rate of interest and interest rate. And of course, I fully agree with Mr. Tajani. European Central Bank must be a creditor, not only a supervisor. And I hope that we get a new era for European Central Bank from November 6th. And maybe we can find, and European Central Bank have to find some way for encourage the European banks or small banks and multinational banks to secure some cheap finance for SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you. And now over to Wolfgang Perkel-Huber.
Chairman, dear colleagues, firstly, I want to inform you that the Austrian industry, which is quite efficient in the moment, counts more than, a little bit like 20% to the national GDP. It is possible even with an environmental friendly industry. And what the Vice Minister Claudio De Vicenti was mentioning, the human factor and also the question of benchmarking was very interesting for me, because when we remember what are the really, let's say, the successes in the past, why we had been successful, are still successful, is because of innovation, research, and technology revolution, which we have to really to continue, I feel. So let's look what is theory and what is practice. You said, Mr. Vice Minister, that the benchmark is a question of world market. When we look especially what the general direction of competitiveness in the European Commission has decided not long ago, the case of subvention of technologies of the past. You remember what I mean? It's Hinkley Point, the atomic power plant, which is now in the way in which wants Great Britain to install. And the Commission really says at the end that it is possible to guarantee price 35 years, to guarantee the credits, also a compensation for political risks. Is that an innovation politics in Europe? I would say no. Every really innovative industry in Europe will say, what's going on here? And for that reason, the Austrian government will file a lawsuit for the European Court against this discrimination, for instance, of renewable technologies and energy systems, which are really important for the future. So I feel the most important is that cost effectiveness must lead to resource-efficient technologies. That can be a chance in every European country. And then European industry will be competitive also in the future. So let us work together, not to go further on with old technologies. Let us try to really be innovative, future-orientated, and resource-efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. And now over to the chairman of the Committee for Economic Affairs of the Slovakian National Council, Mr. Jan Hudashki.
Thank you, Chairman. Dear colleagues, let me touch a couple points relating to the industrial development in order to reach the target in 2020 for 20%. We, in Slovakia, we already reached that target. We have the highest portion of our share of the industry in the GDP. We have more than 30%. On the other hand, this thanks to the low labor cost, and unfortunately, because we have one of the highest energy cost or price in European Union. That's what we have to do in order to develop more industry, to be more competitive. We have to come up with some process of energy efficiency, how to improve the energy efficiency at all, how to innovate our companies, how to innovate new technologies. It's possible only if we really will increase the investment to this sector. As Mr. Tajani already said, we have to really orient our research more on industry, more on practical way in order really to make our industry more competitive. As far as the implementation of the Small Business Act, we have to really improve the access of small companies to financial sources. I think that one of the ways is to come up with the so-called revolving funds, and we have to start with the public money as a leverage effect for the private money, and to leave such funds more long-term, with a long-term sustainability. And this is, I think, is a way how to sustain small companies to new and fresh money to their development. And of course, red tape, less bureaucracy, less maybe, you know, the very, very strange paperwork, even from the level of the European Union, and relating especially to the structural funds, let's say, or some special program as for research and development, as Horizon 2020, for example, and so on. This is the only way how to really to make our companies, small companies, more effective, more competitive in the global field. As far as the innovation, I'd like to strengthen also the point of access to the venture capital funds and make these funds be created on a regional level in order to, you know, to have a very flexible sort of money, of capital for especially startups, for companies, for innovative small companies or holder of innovative ideas. Otherwise, we are not be able, you know, to be competitive comparing to the United States, Japan, and other biggest competitors in this field. This is the really only way how to, as I said, I am repeatedly saying that we have to do something. And again, the public money has to be a leverage tool for the private money. And we have to start maybe the European Investment Fund or European Investment Bank, you know, to contribute to such financial tools in order to have an access really to the seed capital or the generally venture capital funds for innovating companies. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Thank you. And over to the last speaker in this debate, the chairman of the Committee on Industry of the Spanish Chamber of Deputies, Mr. Pablo Matos Mascareño. Thank you. I would like to speak with reference to topics that were the focus of this afternoon's session. All observers have noted that the internationalization of our SMEs is strictly dependent on their competitiveness. And as we've heard, that these industries' competitiveness depends on innovation, new ideas, new management strategies, ability to manage their business efficiently and cost efficiently. Obviously, we have to point out that competitiveness requires that there are equal costs for all the players. We must, however, point out that we mustn't only look to the global market, but also to the European market, and bearing in mind that not all companies have been able to compete in an equal way. For instance, Mr. Tajani was making reference to the fact that sometimes the playing field is not level, that not all are equal. This has happened within Europe. There are companies, for instance, that have paid twice the price of energy that is paid by companies in other countries, and the same goes for interest rates that can be threefold higher in a given country. So when we talk about the European Banking Union, we mustn't overlook these aspects. So for our companies and industries to be truly competitive, we must make sure that the same standards apply throughout our union, because otherwise this is going to impact the cost of labor, and it is going to be detrimental to consumption and to the competitiveness of our industries. And I'm very pleased to note that all participants have stressed the need for a single electricity market, for instance. We have to make sure that there is consistency of prices and supply, also with regard to access to credit and the cost of money. This is essential in order to guarantee that there is competitiveness within the European Union as well. Thank you. And now I will hand over to our keynote speakers, who will have 5 minutes each. I would like to note that in the course of this afternoon session, as we have just heard from the last speaker, there is significant convergence expressed by the various participants. All have stressed the need to develop a modern single market in Europe with a common industrial policy. That, of course, does not mean in any way penalizing the different initiatives that can be brought forward. This can have a stimulating effect. Mention was made of the energy sector, and this is something that is particularly important for a country such as Italy. I don't think that we can ever have a single market in terms of equal prices for all. But what would be already an important achievement would be to interconnect the domestic markets, doing away with the infrastructural bottlenecks and last but not least, the regulatory bottlenecks, so as to enable all to have access to the best sources of supply, and this would be beneficial for competitiveness. And now over to the Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Tajani. Thank you very much, Chairman. The three key topics that we have been focusing on are the following. First of all, the burden of bureaucracy. We know that in most EU countries, industries are overburdened with excessive bureaucracy and red tape. We know that, for instance, governments are not meeting payment deadlines vis-à-vis industries. We need to do away with an excess of rules and regulations on too many topics. Maybe we should establish a moratorium on these rules and regulations to enable companies and businesses to operate more freely, and maybe we could imagine coordinating initiatives. It's not enough to reduce the number of European regulations, but maybe we could make an effort to bundle together relevant legislation. We also have a problem with the justice system. We know in Italy, for instance, the civil justice system represents damage that has been estimated around 2% of the GDP. So more speedy delivery of justice is to be sought. And then in order to develop the internal market, we have to consider the fact that the cost of energy is different in various countries. It is much higher than that of our competitors, and access to credit is not homogeneous. Access to credit for a Spanish industry, for instance, involves a higher cost than for a German industry, for instance. And this is true of the energy sector as well. So I think that Commissioner Rascagnetti, who's familiar with this topic, in the next 5 years, hopefully, will be able to develop an energy policy that is more capable of meeting the needs of our industries and of SMEs in particular, because we know that at times the cost of energy is much too high for many of these smaller companies. We will continue to exercise our oversight over this, and of course national parliaments can also contribute to this exchange. There has to be a closer link between the national parliaments and the European parliaments in the area of industrial policy. And I'm very pleased to note that there is a convergence on this, and there would be the need for an industry council, because the Competitiveness Council is not attended by ministers, and so it does not express political will. And then President Juncker has indicated that the commissioners must decide and give indications to the DGs and not vice versa. So it's more about political governance at this point. And the aim is to enhance the competitiveness of our industrial system and of our SMEs. Innovation and research being essential, 80 billion of the 2020 horizon should be properly used, focusing on clusters, which bring together large industries, SMEs, and universities, because in the absence of innovation, we cannot be competitive. Innovation and research are key, and therefore we have to bring together SMEs, innovation and research organizations and industries. And after 5 years of work as Commissioner for Industries, I'm pleased to note that there is a shared view on the topic of industrial policy. This means that we have done a good job so far, and we must continue to work on this particular topic. The steel sector, for instance, as was pointed out by Mr. De Vincenzi, is another important focus. Thank you once again, Mr. Chairman, for this hospitality and for having organized in the course of the Italian presidency an event on the subject of real economy. We know that there are many debates on macroeconomic issues. There are far fewer on the real economy, and therefore we would like to acknowledge this initiative as being particularly significant, and we commend the organizers of this event.
Thank you. And now the Deputy Minister, Mr. De Vincenzi. Thank you, Chairman. Many points were raised during the debate, and clearly in just 5 minutes I won't be able to cover them all. Let me just say something about free trade agreements that was mentioned by Mr. Scheck earlier. The Italian position is this. We have to strengthen the free trade agreements. They are an important step that will help open new markets for the European economy on equal footing when it comes to competition. Of course, there has to be reciprocity. This is the crucial issue. We need to insist that there is a mutual opening of markets. The member states need to support the European Commission in negotiating the free trade agreements. So we have to take them in this direction. I agree with what Mr. Rons said about the Small Business Act being enforced. Clearly, it is important for Italy. You know that SMEs are the backbone of our economy. Professor Coltorti mentioned this in his remarks also. So we agree definitely on that. On the issue of energy, I would say to Mr. Pirkluber that Italy made a very clear choice in its energy strategy. Our priorities are energy efficiency, and this covers all the key objectives of an energy policy: consumption reduction, the environment, lowering the dependence from abroad, reducing costs of energy, the cost per unit of product. And what about the development of renewables? Well, yes, this is to be done in order to gradually phase out incentives. Photovoltaic energy no longer needs incentives. It's got green parity. And the other renewables probably still need incentives, but this will phase out, and the costs, in fact, will go down. And then we've got to develop intelligent, smart networks that can integrate renewables within the electricity grid. And the third key point of the national energy strategy is gas as a fossil fuel with a lower environmental impact. And of course, this is essential for European energy security. In fact, Italy, in the European Energy Council, emphasizes the need for interconnections, power interconnections. And I say this to Mr. Matos Mascarenhas. This is an important point for us. The interconnection between the Iberian Peninsula and France, for example, and also interconnection, or rather the supply issue. Think of how important the South Corridor is for gas supplies and the importance of regasifiers as a form of diversification of energy supplies in order to ensure security as well as reducing energy costs. We also think, Mr. Pirkluber, that at present we need to consider the views of different countries. They vary, but we think that ultimately there will be convergence on the European roadmap for decarbonization. I would also say that in our debate, we seem to agree on the role of industrial policies and on the need to reassess our policies to enhance them. We think this is a help in our debate because, I mean, there are obviously some differences when it comes to competition policy, but differences are always healthy in a debate. And to President Brot, I would say that competition within Europe is an integral part of the single market policy. This can help our businesses to grow, because it is by unifying the European market that we can create a market space which is compatible with the growth of SMEs that are important in Italy and many countries, but it also enables a growth in size of European businesses. Thanks to a large internal market, they can grow enough to be able to compete around the world. And we also need fair international competition. We shouldn't be naive. Mr. Tajani said this earlier. Beware of dumping, for example, in the energy and environment sectors, there is dumping. And also, we have the free trade agreements, but we've got to make sure that they are indeed mutual agreements. So beware of those. Thank you. Professor Coltorti. I don't really have much to add to what I said in my presentation and to the replies that we've just heard from the other speakers. I must say that I generally agree with what has been said. The achievement of our goals first requires a recovery of the internal market, because we've got so much unemployment today, and this is due to the absence of demand on internal markets, on domestic markets. There is no consumer demand. So, that said, I'm comfortable with what you've all said. And on energy costs, of course, that's an important matter. But we've also got to circulate tools throughout our countries which provide funding access to SMEs. Not only that, of course, they need venture capital, they need guarantees for their loans, for their funding. But in addition, we need savoir-faire. We need technology transfer, research centers, and education. We need to teach small entrepreneurs the management techniques that they need to oversee their businesses. Often, they don't have this expertise, and many small businesses have disappeared from the market during crisis for this reason. They don't have the necessary management control expertise. Thank you. We have now come to the end of our third session, and therefore our meeting. And Professor Coltorti talked about the need to revitalize demand in order to enable the recovery of the manufacturing industry in Europe. I think that this is at the very heart of our debates, at the core of our words, and we will leave it up to the governments to make up the mix that is needed to revitalize demand, whether we want to use tax credit facilities or other options. Maybe we want to focus more on investment and therefore boost domestic demand that way. We know that the domestic demand is made up of both. So I thank you all so very much. This has been a very fruitful day, lots of food for thought for all of us, and I think that this will help us in our parliaments, in our governments, in determining how we can indeed revitalize the growth of the European economy. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.